Good to go, Ed. All right, great.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ed Hamrick, and I represent the State Board of Land Commissioners. I am an Assistant Attorney General. This morning, the Land Board has been in executive session and is now back on the record. The discussion in executive session was limited to privileged attorney-client communication regarding the Mount Princeton Geothermal LLC versus State Land Board case in Denver District Court, case number 2025 CV 33341, and also the water application of Rangeley Metropolitan District and Water Division 1, case number 25 CW 3001. Again, the discussion was limited to privileged attorney-client communications, and no actions were taken in executive session. The board is now back on the record and ready to proceed with the rest of its meeting agenda. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. All right. For those of you on Zoom, we are reconvening the public meeting and waiting for some of our public comment participants to enter the room. First, I will say before we start that I'd like to acknowledge that the commissioners have all received and read the public comments that we've submitted. I want to thank the public for having submitted those to inform our perspective on some of the matters that come before the board. I will also ask for anyone in the room or especially on Zoom if there are any comments for non-agenda items at this point.
So just for clarity, folks, if you're here to make a comment on something that isn't on our published agenda, now's the time to do that. Same with online. And Commissioner, I'm not seeing anybody in the room, but we do have a hand raised on the Zoom.
Okay.
Aaron Pate, for promoting you to panelist.
Good morning.
Morning.
Sorry, there's sun in my eyes, which is great. So first, I want to wish you all a happy new year. I truly hope it leads to a successful venture where all parties and stakeholders are happy, particularly for future possible geothermal leases. I heard yesterday that staff will be moving forward with a select number of RFPs for round one. I think you heard clearly that counties want to be involved and get early notice, and you all confirmed that you must meet local land use codes. I would suggest that part of the criteria for the RFPs be in counties where they have less stringent 1041 requirements, that the local zoning match the intent from the get-go, and better guaranteeing such projects will be welcome and successful, indicated by having oil and gas already present, for instance, being near or at major highways or industrial areas, etc. Many of the items that we've been providing evidence on. I also clearly heard Ben state that the geothermal site on Utah state lands is in the middle of nowhere with only sagebrush present, no residents. Exactly what our findings have been, with one identified exception, which is in an industrial park and inside of multi-highway interchange. I appreciate the consideration of proximity to transmission lines in the analysis. Thank you. And most certainly the community engagement plan. I think that will help get better guarantee success in the future. Cautions that I offer. Public involvement is crucial. Counties asked about better, more transparent and timely information. The public also wants and needs this. Issuing a joint exploration and projection lease at the get-go marginalizes the opportunity for public comment, given getting the word out is not happening very well currently. Having multiple hearings is important to collect better feedback, eventually making a project more successful. Further, the RFP approval board meeting to allow further negotiations merits having the information presented at one meeting and voted on in the next to allow digestion of the information by everyone, given the nature of the confidentiality of the respondents thus far. I recognize that Maxwell Park is currently exempt from this process because of litigation. However, because it has so much risk associated with any future development, given its importance to the community and the wildlife migrations, we remain convinced and ask that the State Land Board make it a designated preserve or conservation area. This would also match the county zoning designation in its land use code. Those are my comments, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
I hear who this is. Oh, Karen Pate, would you like to introduce yourself and your association?
Yes, of course. I live in Chaffey County. My name is Karen Pate. I have some affiliation with Save Our Arkansas Valley, but these comments are my own. I do know that Save Our Arkansas Valley did submit a letter for your board packet, but these are my comments. I just want to reiterate what I feel personally is that there is a place for geothermal, but I think that the approach should really be a risk-averse approach where we start small in our state. We learn like what the staff has proposed to do, and we hone in on what makes sense for us and our opportunities, and make sure there is a good match from the get-go. And I just, in my heart, this isn't the right place. So there's so many other better places.
Thank you for taking the time to provide your comments this morning by Zoom, Karen. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ed or Nick, I don't see any further hands
I don't see any other hands
or any hands
either.
in the audience. So with that, let me turn it over to Director Rose Marino for some announcements.
Thank you, Chair Pro. This is Director Nicole Rosmarino. Just a few announcements this morning. One is, I see in the room our State Forester, Matt McCombs of the Colorado State Forest Service. Thanks for coming. We're excited to talk about Michigan River Camp later in the agenda. I also wanted to mention that we have successfully hired a new stewardship trust manager, Carla DeMasters. She was here at the workshop yesterday, but really thrilled. She just has a wonderful background that's detailed in the staff report. I'm really happy to have Carla on board, particularly with such strong public interest in our stewardship trust. Then I wanted to mention that relatedly, next week we will have another meeting of the State Trust Lands Conservation and Recreation Work Group. That'll be on January 29th. We will hold it actually at Aurora Water's offices, and then host a brief tour of the Lowry Range as requested by work group members. And I'm sure that Director of Policy Aaron Ray from DNR will hit on 1332. He and Deputy Director Nick Massey have been doing an amazing job, in my view, leading that effort. Then I wanted to also mention, I'm guessing Aaron will also touch on this, that legislative session started last week. So we are staying tuned to any legislation that pertains to the land board, and we'll be regularly updating the board. And then finally, just so we continue to bring it to the public's and the board's attention, next month's workshop of the board will be on the strategic plan, and excited to continue to make progress on that effort and bring that to the board for your consideration. That's all.
That's great. That's a lot. Thank you. And now, Mr. Ray, I'd like to welcome you to give the DNR update.
Morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Aaron Ray. I serve as Director of Policy in the Executive Director's Office at the Colorado Department of Natural Resources. And it's a pleasure to be with you again to provide an update on behalf of Executive Director Dan Gibbs. I'll start with staffing updates. Executive Director Gibbs and Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission are working to fill the position of CPW Director, currently being filled on a temporary basis by Laura McClellan. We're working through interviews and we expect to have an update for you at the February meeting. Excited to have that position filled permanently. On the budget side, I'll note that the department had its hearing with the Joint Budget Committee on January 8th. The hearing went well. State Land Board staff did an excellent job presenting on the State Land Board's budget request. Next step in the process is what's called figure setting, where the JBC take formal action on setting the FY 26-27 budget for inclusion in the long bill. I'll also note that DNR's second SMART Act hearing in front of the Joint Agriculture Committee is scheduled for tomorrow. And Director Rosmarino will be available to answer any questions that committee members might have about State Land Board programs. Staying on the legislative front, as Director Rosmarino mentioned, a legislative session kicked off January 14th, scheduled to run through May 13th. As session begins, we'll be tracking any items that affect DNR and certainly the State Land Board. And DNR's legislative director, Daphne Gervais, coordinates all legislative engagement on bills that affect the department. She works with State Land Board leadership on that engagement. So I encourage you to reach out to Director Rosmarino if you have questions about bills or you get inquiries related to the legislature, and she can relay those to Daphne. Daphne has also offered regular updates to you as the board. I know we've had discussion over a number of months, and there was discussion yesterday about the importance of keeping you all informed about things happening in the state legislature. We'd be happy to set those up with you so you can get information directly from Daphne about what's happening in the legislature. I know we've reported to you previously about our 2026 legislative agenda, but we're bringing forward two bills for CPW and one that affects multiple divisions at DNR. The first CPW bill is called the Outdoor Opportunities Act. It would formalize CPW's role as the state's coordinating entity to support implementation of the Colorado Outdoor Strategy and would bolster CPW's capacity within the outdoor recreation and lands branch. And we're excited about that opportunity. The second bill is focused on human-bear conflict minimization, which helps ensure that CPW's law enforcement staff have the enforcement tools needed to effectively deter illegal baiting and feeding of bears, which is contributing to increases in bear-human conflict. And last, we are pursuing a bill that would give the state the authority to seek primacy from the US EPA to regulate underground injection control wells in Colorado. Currently, there are 6 classes of UIC wells regulated by the US EPA. Colorado has primacy over class 2 wells, and we are pursuing primacy over class 6 wells. In order to pursue primacy for the other well classes, we need authority from the state legislature. And we think given changes in federal resources and capacity and priorities, this is the appropriate time for the state to create a regulatory program that governs all those well classes in Colorado. If we were to receive that authority from the state legislature, that would kick off a multi-year process of pursuing primacy. So we would not actually become the regulator of those other wells until later this decade. Shifting to federal updates, I think we've spoken to you before about the land management plan revision process currently underway for the U.S. Forest Service Cimarron and Comanche National Grasslands. We're aware that the U.S. Forest Service has reviewed comments on the draft assessment document and have been working on incorporating feedback into those documents. We expect an updated assessment to be released soon for another round of comments. The Bureau of Land Management is holding an oil and gas lease sale for Q1 in March and Q2 in June. DNR and CPW have provided comments on these lease sales, and particularly bringing BLM's attention to parcels that overlap with wildlife habitat, state wildlife areas, and conservation easements that have been funded by CPW. In addition, the US EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers proposed a new rule to clarify the definition of the waters of the United States in November of 2025. You may recall there's a long history of changes in that definition. And in 2023, the U.S. Supreme Court narrowed federal jurisdiction under the Clean Water Act in the Sackett versus EPA ruling. Since 2023, there's been a Sackett compliant rule that has governed the jurisdiction of Clean Water Act to waters in Colorado. The proposed rule that was released in November would further reduce federal jurisdiction of those waters in Colorado. And CPW recently submitted comments on that new proposal. CPW's comments addressed the proposed definitions of relatively permanent waters, continuous surface connection, wet season, and the use of the term tributary. While that's happening at the federal level, in 2024, House Bill 241379 created a state dredge and fill program that's intended to fill the gap in any change in federal jurisdiction over those waters in Colorado. So we do have a state program in place as changes at the federal level occur. That state program creates a baseline to ensure a project can move forward with certainty in Colorado and protects Colorado waters. In other federal regulatory action, there's a lot happening in the federal government these days. In November 2025, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and National Marine Fisheries Service proposed changes to the Endangered Species Act. The Executive Director's Office at DNR worked with State Land Board staff and CPW to submit comments on changes to proposed definitions in the ESA. And lastly, the U.S. Forest Service published a notice of intent to prepare an environmental assessment for post-fire recovery actions across national forest lands. They plan to release that for public comment in April, and we will coordinate with divisions on any DNR comments on that assessment. I'm going to stop there before I jump back to state issues, because I know that was a lot. Any questions about budget, legislative, or federal action?
A lot.
And I certainly appreciate State Land Board staff who are always very responsive as we are working with them to assess any federal impacts and certainly any legislative or budget action. A couple of updates from the state. On the forest front, DNR is working to stand up a task force that was called for by Governor Polis to make recommendations related to the growing mountain pine beetle outbreak on the Front Range. Appointments to that task force are due by February 1st, and we're excited to get that body up and working on this important issue. On the energy front, ECMC and CPW are moving forward with their annual high priority habitat app update rulemaking. You may remember that every year ECMC incorporates CPW's new high priority habitat designations into ECMC rule for the purposes of oil and gas regulation. This year's update focuses on Southeast Colorado. Draft maps were published on January 14th, and the divisions held a stakeholder meeting on January 20th to discuss the proposed changes. The formal notice of rulemaking is planned for January 30th, and the public hearing for that rulemaking is scheduled to begin in April. Also, just a reminder, since this happened close to the holidays, on December 10th, you may recall that the ECMC Commission stayed the state Sunlight Long OGDP pending further analysis of alternative locations. The Commission directed the operator to coordinate with the State Land Board on that analysis, and the department appreciates the State Land Board staff providing their expertise to ECMC as part of that process. On the waterfront, folks are likely aware that several reservoir and water management agreements related to the Colorado River are scheduled to expire at the end of 2026. The Bureau of Reclamation is undertaking a multi-year NEPA process to identify a range of alternatives for operations at Lake Powell and Lake Mead. We have in the department our Colorado River team led by Becky Mitchell that is working to find consensus on future management of the river and engaging with other basin states. There is a February 14th deadline set by the Department of the Interior for the states to propose an alternative. That deadline is set to ensure that DOI has the time to meet their deadlines for environmental analysis and new operating guidelines. Separate from the Colorado River work, the DNR team, CPW, and the Attorney General's office remain engaged on issues impacting the South Platte River. As you know, Nebraska filed complaints over the summer and asked the U.S. Supreme Court to hear a case related to the South Platte River. In fall of 2025, Colorado responded to those complaints and asked the court not to take the case due to the premature nature of Nebraska's complaints. In December, DNR hosted 2 community meetings in Julesburg and Sterling in eastern Colorado to provide an update to the affected communities. Separately, it's our understanding that Nebraska still intends to pursue a Clean Water Act permit for construction of the Perkins County Canal. And some initial steps have suggested that this process will start, although we don't have a notice of intent yet for a permit. I will note that DNR is likely to participate in that process as a cooperating agency, as we do in other similar processes. And lastly, Colorado Parks and Wildlife is holding their annual Partners in the Outdoors conference in April at Cheyenne Mountain Resort in Colorado Springs. Registration is open for that now, so if folks are interested, we encourage you to register. I'll note that this year's event, Director Rosmarino and my colleague Tim Brass will be presenting on the House Bill 25-1332 work group process. I'll also note that at the CPW Commission meeting last week, CPW staff presented Colorado's first beaver conservation and management strategy to the Commission. That strategy establishes a framework to increase and sustain beaver and beaver-influenced wetlands across the state. CPW staff and consultants are refining the strategy based on feedback that they've received, and we expect the final beaver strategy to be published in February 2026. And last, as Director Rosmarino noted, the 1332 work group next meeting is next week. We're excited about the progress that group is making. I'll note that there are 2 required deliverables from that work group. The first is an interim report due in March, and the second, a final report due in September. And so I think that group is well on its way to meeting those requirements. And certainly we're excited to have that information brought to you as you'll be considering those recommendations. That concludes my prepared remarks. Happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Excellent report.
I just wanted to add a point to 1332 that there was another deliverable in there, which was a report from State Land Board staff to the working group on data points related to the Stewardship Trust and some analysis of recreation activity on state trust lands in other states. And we are in good shape to get that report delivered on time. Staff here at the State Land Board worked incredibly hard to get that done under these short compressed timeframes, and we really know our stuff, and it's a nice way to highlight how hard we work and the good planning that we have behind all of our activity on Stewardship Trust specifically. So
share it with us.
On that note, I'll also just mention that I know the work group members are feeling the pressure of the statutory requirements that they are working under, and State Land Board staff have been doing an incredible job supporting that work group, everything from providing food and hosting meetings and also doing all of the substantive work that Deputy Director Massey described. So we really appreciate State Land Board staff helping us with that.
I think there was an appropriation for a staff person. Has that been?
So there was an appropriation for a consultant, which we've hired to help facilitate the work group, and also the sort of expenses that go along with the work group. And so that's what we've been doing.
But there also was an appropriation for staff resource, a full-time staff resource, permanent addition to the organization. And that is in process. We're crafting it to add strength to the stewardship team. So that, because that team is really saddled with a lot of the research and development of the report and things. And we're really close to having HR sign off on getting that position built.
Yes, Commissioner.
Sarah, and this is probably a question for Nicole rather than Aaron. But either's fine. Would the board benefit, particularly new members, if the whatever documentation or information that you're providing to the 1332 committee in our behalf was shared with the board?
please.
Thank you, Commissioner Purple. Absolutely. And these meetings, so I heard Commissioner Heath request that the report that Deputy Director Massey referenced be provided to the board, and that certainly will be. These meetings are open to the public, and there's a really substantive DNR landing page. And we will make sure to share that with you all, where you can track the progress, and I can find when resources have been added.
Are they, is it possible to monitor attend the meeting, listen to the meeting by Zoom, a public meeting? Are they posted and available to the public?
The webpage that Director Rosmarino mentioned, which we can share with you, has information about upcoming meetings, including links to listen via Zoom for any member of the public, as well as the resources that are provided to the work group are included on that website as well.
Well, I think the board would benefit from both any materials that are being circulated in behalf of the board to this committee, and number one. Number two, the advance notice so that any one of us can tune in if we wish.
I didn't know they were open to the public.
Yeah,
That'd be
we'll
great.
get that information to you for sure.
Thank you.
Thanks for asking.
Thank you very much for the fulsome
Thank you.
report.
It's good to see you.
And before we launch into the business to come before the board, I'd like to take a quick moment to allow Director Rosmarino to introduce our brand new staff member.
Yes, with great pleasure. Carla DeMasters, our new Stewardship Trust Manager. I sang your praises in your absence, but really excited to have you on board. So welcome, Carla.
Thank you. I am so excited to be here. Ready to get to work.
Glad you could join us today. All right, well then, the first thing on the agenda for business is the request for review. And we'd like to call up staff to discuss the competitive bid in Moffat County.
Good morning. Deputy Director Massey is pulling up the presentation. I'm Elliot Hoyt, Assistant Director of Sustainability and Working Lands for the Colorado State Land Board. Good morning. I'm here to give you an overview of a request for review related to a competitive bid and the staff decision to award lease number 117794 to a competitive bidder. The cover sheet included in your board packet is in tab 8. I know the board packet is very large this month, so I will try to point you to the appropriate places there. And there are also a number of exhibits within the package that I will sort of call out as I go through, so you can follow along with the materials that staff has prepared, so that you can track the process here. The current lessee, CNC Cattle LLC, has submitted the request for review. They are represented here in the room. The McKees are here, and they'll have a chance to address the board after I've spoken. The competitive bid was awarded to Eli Ranch, and there's a representative from Eli Ranch. JP Eli is in the room as well, and he is asked to make comments to the board following the McKees presentation. So we will bring all of them before you as the time allows, and then of course we'll go through the process of public comment if there is any. Jared Smith is also here. This is the Northwest District. And this is Jared's district. And so if there are technical questions about the process or the leases, Jared, of course, would be available to answer those questions. Next slide. Oh, let me do the slides. Sorry, I don't have to call upon you to do my work. So this is an example of a standard agricultural lease that has been awarded to a new lessee through the competitive bid process. Which includes certain rights accorded to the existing lessee through Colorado Revised Statute 36-118. Staff followed the board policy and procedures for the competitive bid review process, which I will explain through this presentation. The lease is in Moffat County, which is in the Northwest District. It's right up there near the state line. As you can see, it's a 9,635 acre property. This is a more detailed image of what's called the Pole Gulch parcel. Blue is state trust lands. The sort of yellow buff color to the south is BLM. You will note an orange line that is a subset of that blue area. That's the actual lease area. You can also see that there are natural and man-made features marked on the map. The improvements on the property in this case are owned by the lessee. So when agricultural leases come up for renewal, staff follows a set of procedures that have been established to ensure that we adhere to the state statutes and manage the process consistently across all of our 6 districts. In a typical year, field operations staff has several hundred leases turning over, and they work very hard to make that process fair and consistent. Policy and procedure guide us in that effort. So as I mentioned, the current lessee is CNC Cattle LLC. The lease is was scheduled to expire November 1st of last year. It has been extended until March of this year due to the process of the review of the lease has taken longer. And so one of the exhibits in your package shows the letter that extends the lease so that we can make it through this process. So the lease was advertised as is required by statute. And 2 applications were received, the existing lessee and Eli Ranch, the competitive or competing bid. So if more than the existing lessee bid on a parcel, staff notifies the existing lessee. If the existing lessee is in good standing, they have the right to enter into a fair negotiation. Letters sent to them to that effect. And they were asked to submit their highest and best offer as part of that negotiation process and through that letter. If they match the competing bid, staff awards the lease to the existing lessee. If not, then we move into a review process. So that's the process that was followed here. Letter was sent, invitation for highest and best offer. An offer was made by the existing lessee, but it did not meet or exceed the competing bid. And so then staff entered into the competitive bid process. So staff reviews both applications, and staff uses a process that consists of score sheets, which are included as Exhibit 4 in tab 8. The bids are scored by reasonable and consistent revenue, stewardship, and community stability. And I'll say in a moment that those are tied very directly to statute, and the process is tied back to statute in those process. Staff also conducts site tours of the existing lease property and of property that is owned or managed by the competitive bid to get a sense of how they operate. So in this particular case, the final award was to the competitive bid, Eli Ranch, which had the highest aggregate scores, and the scores were included in the board memo and in the materials that you saw in the score sheet. So the basis of the award is through this process, which is made in keeping with the Section 118, which you hear a lot about because it's very important for how we manage our agricultural leases. There's also a board policy that addresses this, which is the 300-006, which you have seen recently because we recently updated that policy. And then there are also standard procedures that staff has that we've created so that we can be consistent across all of the districts. So it's the district manager determines if the current lessee is in good standing and can enter into this process. The property is inspected. The negotiation period, which I mentioned, we go through that and give a chance for the current lessee to understand what the competing bid is and then match it or exceed it if they so choose. And then if it's not, then it moves into the ranking process that we talked about. So that's the process that staff follows to make it fair, consistent, and transparent across all of our leases. Following the announcement of the award to the Eli's, the McKees submitted a request for review of that decision. And they did so within the window of opportunity, and they have this opportunity to speak to you about their concerns. They as part of that request for review, which was included in your package, they expressed that they did not feel they were given an opportunity to negotiate. And they have requested a remedy to the process. So let me speak for a moment about negotiation and how it shows up in statute and how staff, acts upon the statute through board policy and through procedures. So statute determines that a lessee in good standing shall be given the opportunity to negotiate at the time their lease is up for renewal. The negotiation period ends if the board and the lessee fail to agree on lease terms. So a letter is sent to staff, and there's a copy of that in your package. That invites, asks them if they want to enter into negotiation, and invites them to make their highest and best offer. If that offer matches the competing bid or exceeds it, then the terms have been met according to statute, and the lease is awarded to the existing lessee. If it doesn't, then we consider that it has failed to meet the lease terms, as is using statute language. And so we enter into that next stage of how do we make a determination of which lease we should take in the interest of trust beneficiaries. And we are guided in the process of making that decision of how is it best benefiting the trust by following very clearly the words of statute, which call upon the interests of the stability of local community, the revenue provided for trust purposes, and the lessee's stewardship of the land. The staff has developed the scoring sheet so that we can go through a process that takes some of these things. The revenue is obviously a quantitative amount, although in the scoring sheet, you will see that it's not just the technical full amount of one bid versus the other. It is ranked so that we can kind of smooth out that difference between just pure dollar amount. And we can fold it into this consideration of those other two pieces. So a lot of effort has gone in to try to create a scoring sheet that creates that balance between three different things that are, have qualitative properties and quantitative properties. And so I think the important point there is that obviously there are lots of different ways of trying to tackle that problem, but staff has worked very hard to create a system that then can be applied consistently across all of our leases so that everybody gets treated the same way in terms of this review process, which is really important to us. And I think it's really important to our lessees as well. So as I said, that's done through the policy. Board has approved the policy that gives certain authority to staff to award leases for grazing. Staff has developed consistent procedures to operationalize the leasing process. Within that, the negotiation process and the criteria for scoring are clearly defined through communications sent to the lessees through letters. And then obviously district staff is always available to interpret that information. So again, the goal here is to adhere to statute, create consistency and transparency of the process, and find the best outcome for trust beneficiaries. It's also important to have an efficient process, I would like to say, because field operations staff is about 17 people covering 2.8 million acres. And as I mentioned, several hundred leases turnover a year. And so it's important that we be consistent in that and have a process that it can be followed in a way that we can move through our business in a meaningful, productive way. So that's a summary of the process. Certainly, if you have questions, clarifying questions at this point for me, I'm happy to answer those. The recommendation of the staff is to follow what the staff went through the process and awarded the lease to the Eli Ranch based on the fact that they came up with the highest aggregate score. And so that's what our recommendation will be. The McKees would like to present to you, and so they will present next unless you have clarifying questions at this point. And then JP.
In clarifying questions,
Okay,
Commissioner Purple?
Does the definitional Does the fact that the lease is for rock picking or
Different one. This is grazing. This is grazing.
It's a grazing.
Yep.
But the
Next one is rock
previous
picking.
lease was the previous lease?
No,
already
next request for review is rock picking.
Oh, I'm
Yeah, yeah.
wrong.
This is lease. You've got two requests for review today.
Got it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm the wrong one.
So we're on the first one. It's agricultural lease, existing lessee, competitive bid. Awarded to competitive bid through our bidding process.
Elliot, and I think you'll call up the proponents of this.
Commissioner Harvey's got a hand up.
Oh,
Yeah, just a quick question, Elliot. Can you give us an example of how you evaluate community stability and stewardship? You don't need to go into depth, but I'm just curious how you evaluate that.
Yeah, actually on this one, Jared, do you mind? You actually have hit score sheets before. I can read you what the criteria are in the score sheet, but you've actually done the effort.
Jared Smith, Northwest District Manager. Commissioner Harvey, when we're looking at the community score, we're looking at a local operation. It's scored based on whether the operation is living and working locally, or if they are based somewhere else and they're passing through the area with their livestock. Also, involvement with the local community, whether they're on the school board, local groups, advocating for the area. And then with stewardship, we have a number of things that we look at, but of course, with an operation, we're looking at progressive practices that encourage long-term stability of the ground. That could include water development projects, cross fencing, rotational grazing. There's a lot of different factors that we look at with that.
Yeah, I'll also mention, I know that you look at on the community stability, if they use local businesses and are supporting the local economy. I know that's a really important factor to these leases being in these communities, and you want local people buying local goods. And so I've always respected that that's part of our scoring system, that we're looking at that, is this completing what's happening in the community? It's not a big corporate entity that's coming from the outside and is not participating in support, which is, I think, really important to the board.
And what percentages were each of those three categories given? The revenue, the community, and the stewardship, in terms of decisions?
I mean, it's intended to be roughly balanced between the three. So it's 20 points for reasonable, consistent revenue, 20 points for stewardship, and 10 for community stability.
Okay. And then one more question. I thought I read in the packet that Eli offered $57 an AMU. That sounds crazy. Was that just an error in a typo or something?
No, and we do have the competitive bidder is here to speak on that, but they submitted that offer. We didn't typo that.
Yeah, thanks for the clarifying around the typo, but I think that'll be a good pivot point to hearing from the proponents.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, thanks.
And I'd like to say for both proponents for this lease review and the one that follows, actually, a big piece of this is the board having the opportunity to not only listen, but also engage. So respectfully, we'd love to request that each of you contain your presentation and your remarks within a 10-minute window, so we could accommodate both of those within the time frame and then have time for questions and dialogue with the board.
I'd like to invite the who's come on this. Thanks, Jared. Good question. Oftentimes staff are not good at running it. Actually, would you mind advancing the slides from?
Sure, if you just call out.
Yeah,
I'll
let
advance it.
Be great, actually.
Sorry, I should note, if you have any links in your presentation that we're trying to jump out to something else, they won't work.
Not necessary. Thank you.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. Madam Chair, everyone. We I'm Cindy McKee from Sabin, Wyoming. I'm here representing both of us. It's my husband Cody, CNC Cattle, in our request of your review of the situation. So we thank you very much for the opportunity to engage with you, to be before you this morning. And I think I'm going to go ahead and jump straight to the next slide. This folder in the window. So the place I want to start is the law itself. And I put some yellow on the words that are going to form the foundation of our appeal before you today. So these are the words I want to focus on. The present lessee shall be given 10 days notice to begin negotiations, 90 days to complete negotiations, and further, the board shall not lease to anyone other than the present lessee unless the board and lessee fail to agree on lease terms. So that's where I want to start, and we'll be coming back to that a little bit. Can I have the next slide? This is how we began negotiations on our letter. And you guys heard this before, so I won't belabor this, but I do want to focus on the words on the checkbox that we checked. The first line says, we wish to begin negotiations concerning a new lease for renewal. The second line says, our highest and best offer is detailed in the bid table below. Now, to the lessee checking this box, those two sentences mean two different things. The first sentence says, we're beginning negotiations. The second sentence, using the superlatives highest and best, indicates that this is an auction and this is our one time to offer a competing bid. So that is a contradiction. It's confusing. It's a flaw in the process. We chose to trust in the first words on this checkbox that we were beginning negotiations, and we made an appropriate offer considering that we were at the beginning of negotiations. Can I have the next slide, please? We had, next we were informed, we're new to this process, so we were informed that ranch visit was next to complete the stewardship portion of the competitive bid score sheet. And I want to back up a moment to our renewal application. Cody and I were students of Ranching for Profit in January 2023. We moved on very quickly to Soil Health Academy with Understanding Ag, and then we made a significant financial investment with an Understanding Ag grazing consultant. That person developed a long-term plan for the entire ranch, which included the Colorado State lease. So we begun that execution on our private land, and we're now enthusiastically on the continuum, moving from thoughtful stewardship onto top tier. That's the journey that we're on right now. So needless to say, these experiences gave us sharper eyes to see what the Colorado Land Board was up to. We started to notice the classes. We noticed when the board welcomed the first regenerative ag manager. We noticed when Burke Teichert came through. We'd seen him at Soil Health Academy. We certainly noticed that Alejandro Carrillo was coming to Craig. He was a case study at Understanding Ag. He completely transformed his ranch in Chihuahua, Mexico. It was an inspiring case. And before we ever knew that we were even going to receive a competitive bid, we felt encouraged enough by all this, by our education, by what we were seeing here, to cast a really strong regenerative vision over the future of our Colorado lease in our renewal application. So that was the background there. We had our ranch visit and we anticipated the next steps of the process. Can I have the next slide? The next step of the process was a notice of staff decision. This is where we learned that this is the point in the process where the decision is made. There was no invitation for further negotiation or further talks. We initiated a request for review, and we thought, how do we gather more information? We learned about CORA, and we made a CORA request to find or to discover our stewardship scores from the evaluation. And next slide. This is what we got. And for those who can't fully see, it's a fully redacted document. No scores, no comments, only the scoring criteria are available here. And there was a justification given for not releasing or withholding this information for now. It was determined that these documents are pre-decisional, deliberative, but most importantly, that open and honest, non-public discussion among the land board personnel is essential, and that the public disclosure of these documents might cause substantial injury to the public interest because it might stifle frank and honest conversation. And, we consider those current concerns reasonable. Cody and I are big fans of frank and honest conversation. However, withholding stewardship scores during the competitive bid process does introduce a paradox. Next slide. And the paradox is this. If ranchers are not permitted to know the value of their stewardship efforts to the state of Colorado during the competitive bid process, is the state really promoting good stewardship? I know we don't have to remind this board, a pillar of its mission is to protect and enhance the long-term economic value of the trust assets through the application of sound stewardship. Education is a great start, but education is not the same as application. We posit that the only true way to promote these practices on state lands is to incentivize them by permitting lessees to know and to leverage the values that they create. Otherwise, this whole thing is really about the financial bid. So we hope to help the board understand today that the kind of stewardship that goes beyond maintaining the status quo and moves on to actually restoring landscapes, the kind that Alejandro Carrillo is going to be teaching us and Craig, they come at a real upfront cost to lessees. Time is money. And after 3 years implementing on our own ranch, we are now very well acquainted with what kind of commitment this really is. So this is why, honestly, we can either do top tier stewardship on our state lands, or we can offer a high lease payment. We can't do both. And I think, honestly, that's going to be true of anyone who's actively running their own business and is continually responsible for generating cash flow for their business. And another thing that alert lessees have to consider is this: it's risk. Alejandro Carrillo has been at his regeneration project for about 20 years, and he's still experiencing compounding rewards. And it's a wonderful return on investment on his own land. No one can take that away from him. No one can rob him of those rewards. We could spend 10 or 20 years investing cash and massive expenditure of our own time, restoring Colorado's lands this way. And right about the time that others notice how great it's looking, we could lose the long-term return on our investment to an astronomical bid. Most of our competitors will have stayed focused on their business's cash flow instead of regeneration efforts, and they'll be positioned to bid high. So in summary, we've learned 3 things on our first run through the competitive bid process. Number 1, there currently exists no way to leverage the value of our stewardship in the competitive bid process because the information that we need is withheld. 2, negotiation is not actually part of this process. And 3, advancing a top-tier Carrillo style restorative stewardship on Colorado state lands actually introduces serious risks for lessees. So I've shared some problems, some challenges for the board today, but that presents opportunity. I do need a slide. So yeah, that's where I'm at right now. We're at an opportunity. So the board has an opportunity to begin the process of fixing what we perceive are some problems. In short order, it can direct its employees to correct a flawed administrative process that has somehow skipped the negotiation phase that is clearly intended by state law. This may even be a legal vulnerability. Second, the board can begin to take steps, as this will be a journey, but to begin to take steps to focus its employees on how to modify the competitive bid process so that it actually incentivizes top-tier stewardship. The same stewardship that the board is promoting through its education offerings, through transparency and the ability to leverage the values that stewards create, and reduce the risks for lessees who want to be top-tier stewards on state lands for their own benefit and for the benefit of the lands itself, but they're discouraged from doing so. I think the board has the power to achieve some wonderful results here if it considers these questions. So when it comes to our review of staff decision today, we really request a very simple remedy. And could I go back to the slide with the highlights, please? right near the beginning. Thank you. One more, two more. Sorry, they're right there. As promised right here in state statute, we need the opportunity to complete negotiations by having a frank and honest discussion with our district manager about how to come to an agreement on lease terms. We're open to a discussion on an appropriate time frame to get this done. And that's all we have for comments, and we thank you for your attention and your engagement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions at this point? Or? Please.
I appreciate.
Thank you.
This excellent presentation, and it is indeed one of our goals to incentivize stewardship. So I think it raises an important question on how to do that.
Thank you. We feel that the financial bid weighs very heavily in this process, weighs very, very heavily. So this is why we thought these were fair questions to bring in.
Oh, well, it seems like really one of the conundrums you're pointing out is the negotiating process is not really a process. You have another opportunity to submit one more bid. And so what you're suggesting is, particularly if you're considering stewardship and financial return, that should be more of a conversation than just put in another bid. If I'm
Yes.
understanding the crux of your presentation.
Yes, can I have the next slide? The other thing that's really problematic here is the confusion that is presented for lessees here. We think we're beginning negotiations, but this is actually the end of negotiations. This is our last chance to negotiate. That needs to be communicated right here. It's very confusing. We only saw that we were beginning negotiations here.
I have a follow-up question on that. So when you didn't hear back, or did you get a letter right away? Or I can't remember the dates in the package, but.
Get a letter.
Well, in other words, you thought you were beginning, and then did you hear from anybody? And then did
The
you
next
call
step
anybody?
was the ranch visit or the stewardship evaluation and the scoring. And then the next step was the notice of staff decision.
Okay, I
There's
see.
nothing that happens in between those steps. And no opportunity for us to continue to negotiate because there's no information to negotiate with.
I can't see Mark. Oh, Mark, okay, sorry. Commissioner Harvey?
Should we hear from Jared, his point of view, how this all went?
I would like to suggest that we maybe hear from Jared after the next proponent. Jared?
Oh, okay. One follow-up question. How big is this parcel?
It's
like 9,600 acres.
Okay. And Sandy, can you describe your top tier management briefly?
We haven't arrived at top tier management yet. We're on the continuum moving there, but what we're moving toward is more control. And right now we're talking on our own ranch. We haven't started these activities on our Colorado lease yet, but what we're doing on our own ranch is putting up. We're using a combination of high tensile fencing, temporary fencing to control our pastures more and allow more rest and recovery for our pastures. We're taking into account soil health principles like disruption, like full year rests, like making sure we have complete armor over our soils, encouraging diversity of plant life. So we're working on all those things on our own ranch. So what I mean by top tier is there's paying attention and making sure you're not overgrazing and abusing your land. And then there's moving on to maximum production, increasing carrying capacity, increasing the ability of the land to support more and more livestock, because the livestock are continuing that cycle of compounding and cascading effects to where you're producing more forage and more productivity, more health. And so we're on the continuum. It takes years to get there, but that's where we're heading towards.
And did you express this in your application?
At the stewardship visit, yes, when we got the visit to our ranch, we talked extensively, we showed a photograph that I'd taken of a restoration project we've got on the land where some land had been tilled and planted at one point and unfortunately degraded. This was long before our time. And so we kind of highlighted the restoration efforts that we're making on that piece of land, and kind of walked around and showed, where we had put in some new fences and started to implement all the things we learned at Soil Health Academy.
And on the negotiations, your chief complaint is you didn't understand the process, you didn't understand the timeline.
That's part of it, yes. That this checkbox here, those are two contradictory statements. We're either beginning negotiations or we're participating in an auction. And the second one implies we are participating in auction. And for us to make a highest and best offer at the beginning of negotiations, that requires us making a wild guess. It might be way too high. We don't know how we've scored on the stewardship yet. So nobody who's looking after a business is going to make too high of a bid, possibly more than that's stretching what they can afford until they have the information they need to leverage their stewardship efforts.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Commissioner Harvey, thank you very much for taking the time to address us.
Invite Mr. Durant.
Good morning, committee members. My name is JP Ely. Sorry.
Sorry.
I didn't correct you when you asked.
My mistake.
And I appear on behalf of Ely Ranch LLC as its 5th generation on the ranch. I'd just like to briefly address some of the points that were just made. We're also very new to this process and had no real idea of how everything worked. And if we had questions, then we felt that we could submit them to Mr. Smith, and they were answered in a very transparent manner that explains exactly what we needed to do and how the process worked. He also provided us with a lot of documentation as to how the process was going to go according to depending on what CNC Cattle elected to do. So I feel like the process is very fair and easy to follow. And if you had questions, then it's certainly worth giving Mr. Smith a call and asking if there's any issue at hand there. And additionally, the point process is distributed evenly. It's not just about the bid, it's also about stewardship. And it's, 20 points goes to stewardship, 20 points goes to the bid, and 10 points goes to community involvement, as was stated before. So to me, that pretty well shows that there is a high value put on land stewardship in the process of evaluating both the competitive bidder and the current lessee. And speaking of rangeland stewardship, that is something that is very central to every operational decision made by our ranch. Our family has a long-standing commitment to sustainable, forward-thinking land management practices that benefit both the land and the livestock that it runs. In fact, Ely Ranch was among one of the first in the valleys to implement progressive rangeland management technologies such as virtual fencing more than 3 years ago. And through extensive hands-on experience, we have learned that virtual fencing is effective when used on mature cattle to properly use rotational grazing to ensure that land health is being put at the top of the list. And we plan on, if we were to receive the award for this lease, we plan on using that virtual fencing on our own home-raised cattle instead of cattle that are originating from other states to put on that lease. And on top of emerging technologies, Ely Ranch also is taking concrete steps to ensure the long-term health and viability of the rangeland and other aspects. So in addition to our own daily monitoring of the property, we would also submit that NRCS, the local NRCS office, has agreed to assist in evaluating and guiding our management of the leased acreage, which would provide an additional layer of oversight for to ensure that the land is not merely maintained but also improved. We also would like to address an oversight in failing to submit business and financial references. It was certainly an oversight that we did not realize that the State Land Board required or expected such documentation. And had we known, we readily would have applied or provided it to you. But nonetheless, Ely Ranch did submit a bank issued check for the first full year lease payment based on our bid. That action demonstrates that our financial capacity and good faith is at hand in this lease. Issuing such payment carries legal and financial consequences, and our willingness to do so should reasonably assure the board that Ely Ranch will meet its lease obligations if it was awarded the lease. We're also very involved in our community, and we want to stay that way, and we intend to stay that way. I'm the 5th generation, as I said, on the operation. When we were going through the ranch visit, there have been some things that have changed on the ranch, and we've become more involved in the community. I just opened my own law office in the local community, and we always try to buy local as much as possible. We're out in the middle of nowhere, so the closest place for repairs and maintenance when it comes to agricultural commodities is usually Craig, Colorado. Unfortunately, Baggs, Wyoming is so small that it doesn't have a lot of those capabilities at this point, but we always try to stay as local as possible to our community. We would also like to address the procedural delay that occurred regarding the bidding process. So after CNC Cattle elected to exercise its statutory right to a 90-day negotiation period, it's pretty evident in the summary that has been provided that no negotiation ever took place or was initiated by the lessee. And if they did not receive any sort of answer as far as when they submitted that next bid, then it certainly would have been easy to make a phone call and ask a question. But as a result, this lease commencement was shifted from November 1st, 2025 to March 1st, 2026. This delay has materially impacted our ability to implement planned improvements during the upcoming season if we were to be awarded the lease, including things like dam construction and maintenance, things that we can easily get done during the fall season, November, December timeframe. That's a little bit harder to do during calving season because everybody is so busy making sure calves, are able to survive on the ground during that crucial time period. Consequently, our ability to contribute promptly to strategic goal number 2 has been deferred. Now, that's not saying that we're not willing to expeditiously as possible complete these improvements that we have planned, but it's going to take a little bit of time, and unfortunately, the land will not realize the same immediate benefit as it would have under the original timeline. And especially in a year like this, where we have had so little snow, so stuff like that is very crucial and important to the land. So at its core, Ely Ranch's objective is to protect and enhance the long-term economic and environmental value of the state land lease at question. while responsibly expanding our own operation in ways we previously thought were unattainable. We respectfully ask the board to follow the recommendation of its staff so that these goals may be realized. Thank you.
Commissioners, questions for? I have one, and I think maybe Mark Harvey started with this, and that is, given the delta in the AUM price, can you explain a little bit about your approach to the pricing on this and why it feels financially sustainable to you?
Sure, of course. So we put in the bid at $57 per AUM, mostly because we wanted to be competitive, but also we lease other ground from private entities, and a lot of that ground is in our area is around that number. So we are already paying that for certain leases that are on non-public ground, and we're willing to make that change because of the proximity of the state land lease to our operation. It would actually benefit us in a lot of ways as to getting things or the ability to be so much closer to our leases. And so we are, if we're already paying that on a private lease, why not pay that on a state lease as well, and have the ability to be so much closer to our operation?
So 2 quick follow-up questions. Of your overall ranch operation, including this potential lease, how much is leased and how much is fee?
How much is leased and how much is what? Sorry.
Fee, your own.
So we lease approximately, I want to say it's 4,000 acres up in the Route National Forest. And then we have another small state lease. I think it was on the original map that is right in close proximity to our lower operation. And then we have another few hundred acres up in the mountains that we lease from different operations. And then we have approximately 4,000 acres of deeded ground that we run on. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Harvey, did you have any other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Ely, you say you've leased state land. Have you ever had to renew those leases? And did you find the process clear or confusing if you did renew it?
Yes, we've renewed, I think, once or twice now with the state land lease that we have right there in close proximity to our operation. And it's been always very, very streamlined and very easy to get through. And when we did have questions, if we had any, then simply calling up Jared was an easy thing to do, and we could get our answer relatively quickly and move on with the process.
And then on the timeline, you mentioned, I think you said something about March. So I guess what I understood was the staff needs to make the recommendation, the board needs to approve. So what was the March date you mentioned earlier?
So I can't remember where it is in the documentation, but because the negotiation process was elected to take place by CNC Cattle, and then when we were meeting with the staff after that negotiation process took place, because of that delay, the commencement of that lease, it was supposed to be on November 1st, 2025. But because of that delay, it got moved to March 1st, 2026.
Got it.
So when you just said because of the negotiation you had.
The negotiation period for CNC Cattle Company.
That they had requested. Any other questions? Thank you for coming and presenting, and
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I'm available for other questions, if you have.
Questions for Jared.
Commissioner Harvey's got his hand up.
yes.
Yeah, I guess this is a question for both Jared and Elliot. I'm just curious about previous lessees renewing. If you've had this complaint about, that the negotiation process and timing is confusing.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go first, and then obviously you can say from your experience. Uh, as you know, statute is complex, and operationalizing statute is, our job, right? And so over the years, we and obviously the staff before me and Attorney General's office and everyone has worked very hard to put together policies that we presented to the board has approved, and then the procedures are really the nut of it. But how do we actually do this? How do we run a business based on the laws that are in place so that we're being, following the law and we're being fair and consistent to everybody? So the procedures have been honed over the years. In fact, the current set of procedures was updated, maybe a little over a year ago. I think you might remember that after Chico Basin Ranch, we actually updated the score sheets. We had a long, Commissioner Harvey and Commissioner Pribble, you weren't here, but we had a presentation on community interest. What does that mean? How do we interpret statute in terms of what community interest is? And we went back through the score sheets and we added some things to that. And so those tools have been refined over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these situations. Are they perfect? No. Could they be revised? Yes. In fact, we just gave you a presentation on the whole ag program, and we are going through and we're updating and refining and honing all of our documents through that process. And so we certainly can talk more about that with you and get feedback. But this is a set of tools that have been honed over years to do the best that we can with the situation we have. So that's where we are and why. But I don't know, Jared, if you have anything to add in terms of operationally, how does this work?
Yeah, I would say so. In a typical, at least in my area, for competitive bids, our leaseholders will typically match or exceed a competitive bid because most of the competitive bids that I see, in which are not very many, are not considerably more than our base rate. So this is an exception. And so most of our lessees do not go through the competitive bid evaluation process where they're unable to meet the financial bid, and therefore they have to go through the negotiation period and the site visits and the evaluation. And so I can understand the confusion with how we've worded the notification letter of saying, you're beginning negotiations, give us your high, your final bid. And that does, we're making that request before we do a stewardship and a community evaluation with our score sheets. And so I think there are some things that could be moved around in our process that would, I think, make more sense, be more fair, and I think probably honor the intent of the policies and the statutes that guide us.
Yeah, I also,
Thank you.
if I could add on the, as the McKees said, stewardship is really important to them, to us, to all of us, and the measurement of stewardship is challenging, right? It's difficult to quantify what stewardship is. In terms of getting feedback on stewardship, I would also just point out that in a 10-year lease period, there is the midpoint inspection that happens for every lease. And, district managers and staff, resource specialists go out and review the property and provide feedback on how the lease is being managed. And if there are issues that have to do with stewardship, the feedback is given there. So in a sense, the current lessee has a leg up in the situation in that they do have interaction with staff and can get some feedback on, how do we interpret what stewardship is and what does that mean? And so it's a conversation we certainly can have about, at the point of the negotiation of a competitive bid, how do you haggle over things like community interest or stewardship? That's a complicated concept of what would that actually look like. And so I think that would merit more discussion. But the process that's in place now allows us to move through and to use quantitative amounts, to the degree that we can, and then gives staff, and we have 3 different people reviewing each of these using the criteria in the same score sheets to try to make as even and consistent a process as possible and say, who are these bidders and what is the value they're bringing to it in that balanced 3-part process. So.
Thank you. And we're not going to solve this right now, but I just wonder if down the road, if the community and stewardship thing should be a threshold instead of a rating, because I heard both parties say some pretty positive things about their community involvement and their stewardship. And it seems to me it must be difficult to put a number on both those things. And so I wondered down the road if we should consider making those 2 things a threshold, and then it ultimately does come down to the monetary bid. Thanks.
Commissioner Scanlon.
Well, I'm going to kind of echo the only objective factor is the money.
Yeah.
Because the others are subjective to some degree. And I think from my perspective, so the McGee's they were hoping their stewardship scores were high enough to offset the money factor, because they were given an opportunity to match the money factor, but that's the only thing you can hope for in that scenario, right? So I get the conundrum. If you don't know your stewardship scores, you're kind of guessing and hoping that will be enough. So I think the ambiguity of that is a little hard, especially when the money is so different. And I think, Jared, you mentioned usually the money is not that far of, out of line. So I think we're confronted with a tough reality. If we have the score sheets were fairly balanced net, which I think is what we hope for. And, but they won on stewardship without a doubt. It just that nexus wasn't enough to offset the money realities. So we're confronted with a process where we have those realities, and the only objective factor is the one that we can actually manage. So I just wanted to summarize that from my thinking and see if that aligns with our process.
Yeah, and you're right that is part of it. Another thing to consider is that certainly, we seek reasonable and consistent revenue. We're not needing to maximize revenue. That said, I think that we should be getting close to market rate. I mean, it's certainly the way the grazing rates are being set now is we're trying to figure out what are market rates based on commodity pricings and so forth. And then we set our prices at a discount below what we think the market is out there. That said, I think part of what you also heard is that the competitive bid is kind of market rate, at least according to some people in the market. And so when we think about the fiduciary responsibility to the trust and making sure that we want excellent stewardship and also we should be getting paid a fair price, what is the fair price? And part of this process is designed to at least give some ability for the market to tell us that. We certainly give the existing lessee extra rights because the statute gives the existing lessee extra rights. But we also, I would argue, need to let the process also infuse an ability for us to get, rates for grazing trust lands that match the market.
I just one quick follow on. Does negotiation mean that they can match does that mean they can match that financial bid?
If they
Is that
match
what
it,
we mean?
if they match the bid, then the process ends.
Okay.
But what our process doesn't do to that point is we don't know what the highest and best offer would have been in this process. So we don't know what that gap is. Well, I believe
Highest and best for the bid. They know what the competing bid was.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying, from the testimony I heard, that I don't think the existing lessee was finished
I see.
expanding their financial offer. They were seeing it more in the context of a process and trade.
Were they given the opportunity to match the bid?
Yes, they were
Okay.
told the number and they were asked to make their highest and best offer.
Which
is
Which
more
is
like an auction.
the way it's happened in the
I
past with
understand. I
other
understand that.
lessees.
But
The
that's
number
how we
comes
define
in.
the
So I
Yes,
think
yeah.
Commissioner Pribble and then Commissioner Heaton.
So this is as a new member for the audience to the board. Help me understand, Mr. Hoyt. But it is somewhat, to me, confusing where the form says, and I'm on page 426 of, by the way, for the audience, 625 pages of material here, not all on this, just a reference, where you check the box, we wish to begin negotiations. Yet the land board requires a last best offer or highest and best offer. That's not that. So where's the negotiation part of this process? When you're in effect negotiating with yourself, or you ask for your last offer or best offer, where's the negotiation?
Yeah. I get your point. We are clear in the letter that the negotiation is giving the opportunity for the current lessee to match that bid. This is not a step auction the way other leases, like rec leases are. So we don't go back and forth with a step auction. They get an opportunity to match and end it. So they get the right of matching it. So that the negotiation, the fact that they get to look at the other bid and they get to either end it right there or it goes into the review period.
Perhaps this form, we should look at the language of this form.
Yeah.
Because to me, it's confusing and I can see where it might be for somebody else. And it's, by the way, I'm not trying to indicate a bias or a position on this issue. I'm just talking about the confusion of the wording.
Completely understand.
So my question is for clarification. Excuse me. Is there some indication how you get points on stewardship or local community service? I mean, I understand it's subjective, but is shopping locally more important than being the basketball volunteer coach? I mean, how
Basketball versus baseball, perhaps.
Yeah.
Do you rank it differently?
There is some subjectivity. I will say our competitive bid form is online. We encourage competitive bidders as well as lessees to review that form because it does give some kind of parameters for how we would award points. And so it'll have a description of, say, noxious weeds and invasive species as a category, and then it'll give kind of guidelines on how we would score that. So
and then after, to their point, after they're judged on this, do you make available the rationale for how you awarded those scores?
I mean, it's in the.
We have the ability to write notes, but there is not direct feedback with the applicants. And as you saw, I think when the lessee requested the score sheets, it came redacted. So I don't think that information is public until after the fact.
Commissioner Harvey, is that a new hand?
Yeah, one more question. Let's just say that the current lessee got a cumulative score of 50 points. I'm making up a number between community and stewardship, and they bid $20 per AUM. And the new party gets I'm just making numbers up, gets a cumulative score of 40 points for community and stewardship and bids $30. Does the first party, the existing lessee, know the bid they have to produce to get the cumulative score, or do they just know the other monetary bid that the new desiring party put in? Does that make sense? I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't run, staff does not run the score sheets until after we give the opportunity for the current lessee to either match or exceed the monetary bid for, the bid per AUM dollar amount. So the process doesn't kick in, the score sheets don't kick in unless the current lessee has decided not to match their current bid.
Okay. But if the current lessee matches it or matches it, because that's all they have to do, Then do you still go back to the other two scores, correct, to get the
No.
cumulative or not?
No,
No.
if the existing lessee is in good standing, which means
Mhm.
that staff has looked at the operation and said, you know, they run a sustainable operation, you know, no lease violations, they're in good standing, they're doing fine. They don't get ranked at that point. If they can match the bid, the competitive bid, they get to keep the lease, so they don't have to go through that whole process.
Okay, so it almost is threshold right now. It's not, it's like you got to be this good in the community, you got to be this
Yeah.
good in stewardship.
Yeah.
So I'm still a little confused why you even attach a number to that.
It's
That
only
must be
if so there's one threshold, which is, are they a lessee in good standing? And that's something
Okay.
that, you know, the staff looks at the existing lessee, goes out, does the midpoint inspection, does the, you know, when it's coming up for renewal, you do it basically a year in advance of when it's expiring. We're about to notice that this lease is coming up. Got to check, make sure if they're in good standing. If they meet all the criteria of what's in good standing, then we go through the process. If nobody else bids on it, which happens, then they get to keep it. If somebody else bids on it, we give them a chance to match that bid. But if they don't match
Okay.
that bid, then we go through a process of saying, well, which of these two entities is the best lessee? We go to statute. Statute says, look at these three criteria and balance them.
Okay. Got it.
And that's
Thank you.
where, and just to point out, I think that all of you have had a chance to see situations where there was a competitive bid, and the award went to a lessee who bid lower but had higher stewardship ranking.
Yeah.
So it does happen on a fairly regular basis that you can't just buy the lease.
It's somewhat of a,
Okay.
usually a more narrow.
Narrow. Yeah,
Exactly. But as you'll see in the ranking schedule, the total, there are basically 4 buckets that are ranks of percentages. So just bidding $1 million on a lease is not going to win it for you automatically, right?
Okay.
All right, commissioners, any other questions for staff? Right, well, I think we'd like to open it up to public comment on this this request for review.
Folks in the room or folks listening along online, if you're here to make a comment on this decision point for the board, please use the raise hand feature or raise your hand in the room. I'd be happy to hear from you. I don't see any hands raised.
I believe that there is a board order in our packet that, for starters, we'll look, see if there's a motion to approve the board order as provided, or an alternative motion.
Yeah.
Trying to find that.
I'll make a motion. I have to put the caveat out there. I had thought their confusion came from they had missed the opportunity to meet the match. That somehow got lost in the process. So I just have to note that. After consideration of the materials presented and testimony given at its meeting of today's meeting, the board determines it's in the best interest of the trust to award Ag Lease 117794 to Eli Ranch. The board delegates authority to the director to take appropriate action consistent with this decision.
So that's a motion.
That's a motion. Yes. I move.
Motion by Commissioner Scanlon. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Harvey. All right, Commissioner Pribble,
Aye.
Commissioner Heath,
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. So the motion carries 5-0.
I do appreciate you bringing to our attention the wording. I think that we need to do better and raising some of the issues. And I want to thank you for being the lessees you have been with us. And I hope you will do so again. And thank you for making the drive today.
And I want to acknowledge and appreciate your very intentional investments
Absolutely.
in regenerative agricultural practices, developing a master plan for your own ranch. It is an expensive and arduous, effort-filled process, and we really do acknowledge that and support that effort by our lessees. So thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, the next item on our business is the request for review by the High Plains Stone Lease.
Yes. Call you up in a minute.
Good morning, commissioners. This is Ben Teschner, Solid Minerals Manager, and we're here to discuss the request for review by High Plains Stone. In the room also is Tyler Moorfield sitting over here, who is the representative from High Plains Stone. The photo on the screen is was taken a few years ago when this lease was a little more active. And this is some of the equipment that was on site at the time. High Plains Stone is asking the board to reauthorize rock picking mining production on the area covered by lease Solid Minerals Lease 102-452. And staff is recommending that you deny this request. This is an opportunity to reclaim and close a legacy lease type that staff do not recommend anymore. As I'll discuss a little later in the presentation, in the past, the board has done a number of rock picking leases, and staff know we receive a few inquiries a year for these types of leases and do not bring them to the board because we do not recommend proceeding with them typically. A rock picking lease is one where it's primarily done from the surface using cranes, front end loaders, and things like that. And they're mostly picking rock, literally picking rocks off the surface, like from scree piles like you see in this photo. And these are then used in decorative rock or landscaping activities. This lease is located in eastern Fremont County on the board's Table Mountain property, and it is 320 acres. If we zoom in on this property, this is a property you saw a little bit about yesterday as well under different context. This is Highway 115, which runs from Colorado Springs to the north, more or less to Kenyon City in the south. This is Fort Carson over here, and then the board's Table Mountain property here on the west side of Highway 115. The lease we're talking about today is located in the north half of this section 14. We zoom in a little further. You can see shown in the dashed line, this is the access road from Highway 115 that comes into the lease area. And the activity, most of the activity of this lease has occurred kind of along this road that was built or at least improved by the lessee over the years. This lease was originally issued in 1990, and in 1991, the High Plains Stone received DRMS permit 1991-016, which permitted the rock picking mining. In 2010, DRMS did a routine inspection of the lease area and the operation, and found that the area that High Plains Stone had been mining outside of their DRMS permit area.
And that was 2020, correct?
2020, excuse me. What did I say?
2010.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, 2020. Yes, is the correct date. And when DRMS spoke to staff about that, we also determined that they were outside of their lease area as well. In order to rectify this issue,
DRMS issued a second permit, which was for reclamation only for the area that, the trespass area, and staff issued High Plains Stone a temporary access permit to allow them to go into that area and conduct that reclamation work. If we look at that on a map, this is the map you saw a minute before. These are the roads that DRMS determined were outside of their permit area, and you can see as well that they are also outside of the lease area. This is the area of the temporary access permit that staff issued to allow for this reclamation. This is a photo from the DRMS report showing the road that was built into the trespass area, and the circle is showing the equipment up the road. And this is a photo again taken from the DRMS inspection report showing the equipment outside of the lease area and permit area. Fast forward to 2022, this lease was set to expire in early 2023. The reclamation work had not been completed yet on the trespass area. Staff determined that it was appropriate to close this lease and move on to a reclamation only status. We issued a 5-year reclamation only extension to this lease, which gave them that additional 5 years to reclaim the property and the trespass area, but did not allow any further production in that extension time. In addition, because the reclamation had not been completed by that point, we added a $500 per month penalty until the reclamation work was signed off on and the permit released by DRMS. To date, my understanding is much of the reclamation work has been done, but it is not completed in the sense that it has been signed off by DRMS. In 2025, High Plains Stone reapplied to activate mining on the lease area, and staff denied that decision. I want to talk a little bit about these types of leases. These are often called rock picking or moss rock leases. These are a lease type that we issued a number of them in the past. And staff has been, as these have come up for renewal, staff has been sort of gradually working to close and reclaim these leases. What you see here is the result of these leases. They pick rocks off the surface, put them on pallets, and then truck them to wherever they are sold. These leases typically don't earn the board very much money, on the order of a few $100s a year in most cases. And they do cause extended disturbance to the land in the form of stockpiling rocks and leaving equipment on site for extended period of time. In addition, staff's experience is that the companies that do these frequently don't have professional reclamation staff as part of their organization, and that's resulted in a lot of coaching from staff and DRMS about how to get the reclamation results that we expect. So we're simply not recommending new rock picking leases, even if this lease had not had the trespass and reclamation issues. Staff would still be saying this. We don't recommend being in this type of business going forward. They're low revenue, long-term storage of equipment on site, and high staff management time. So staff is recommending that the board uphold the staff decision and deny High Plains Stone's application to restart production on the area covered by lease 102-452. And here's the board order for your convenience. I should note that after consultation with our legal teams, we have updated the wording on this board order slightly on screen, and it is more updated on the screen than it is in your board packet. So our request would be to use the language on the screen rather than in the board packet. A little bit of semantics there. If there are any questions for me at this point, I'm happy to take them. I understand Mr. Moorfield would also like to speak to the board.
Any clarifying questions for our staff? I can't see Mr. Harvey. Shout out.
No, I don't have any clarifying questions.
Then perhaps you invite up here.
Thank you, everybody, for allowing me to come speak with you today. We appreciate your time and letting you understand my side of the situation here. And I do appreciate Ben for working with me and everything.
And if you'll give us your name and.
Yes, please. My name is Tyler Moorfield. I'm representing High Plains Stone. The business belonged to my mother-in-law and her father-in-law before that. The business was started in 1959. And my wife and myself and my sister-in-law are the three owners now. Unfortunately, just over a year ago, my mother-in-law passed away, and so we acquired the business, and we're attempting to keep her legacy going and keep the business going and hopefully get it back to where it once was. In her final years, she let go of some things for the business, and Table Mountain was one of them. We're just trying to get, even for a short term, close it out and things on good terms with everybody here. And also, I would like to establish just a good relationship with the board, which is why I wanted to be here today. Just to meet everybody and tell you who we are. And also explain a little bit about our process of the rock picking. We think of ourselves as a model of sustainability for this type of practice. We really try to leave as much of the moss rock as possible, especially the rock that has a lot of growth, several decades of growth. We leave that so it can propagate the other rock. And also our customers, they prefer the rock that has just spottings of moss on it. Do we have a slideshow? Sure. Yeah. Thanks. Sorry. This is all new for me, so. Yes, thank you. I included some photos, just I know Ben showed some as well. Yeah, so as you can see, the old road there at the toe of the hill, that existed before High Plains Stone started their operations in this area. And it just needs a little bit of clearing. I understand the trespass and everything, and that was just so you all know that was only people that are no longer involved with the business. We really want to respect the boundaries of the lease if it were granted. We like to think of ourselves as a model of sustainability for this type of practice. We don't cut into the hillside. We like to leave it so that, if there wasn't equipment there, a hiker could walk by and not even know that there was mine operation happening in the area. And in fact, many years ago, High Plains Stone was issued a declaratory order, which stated that it wasn't to be considered mining at all, and it was rock picking because of its sustainable practices. We live in the mountains. We care about them. We love the environment. We don't want to harm it. Our goal is just to bring this rock to customers so that they can enjoy it, put it in front of their homes and businesses, and enjoy it, and rather than crush it down or anything like that. And if you could go do the photos, thank you. All the rock is located on this one band, this small area, and it's a very simple operation where we come in with a crane, a front end loader, and a flatbed truck, and just 2 or 3 guys, and we just pick rock. Again, trying to leave as much moss rock as possible and leaving the areas undisturbed as possible, so that in the future, there's really very little evidence of us ever being there in the first place. If you could please, thank you. Just more photos of the area and the rock. It's very, we really only take the surface level, and there's quite a bit underneath. Would you mind going back one, please? Thank you. This is an example of a rock that we wouldn't disturb because of its high moss concentration. That is one that those type of rocks we like to leave so that the hillside maintains its integrity and its look. Next slide, please. Thank you. Just more pictures of the rocks, just so you know what I'm talking about. It's beautiful red, purple rocks with moss. Thank you. And just one more, please. I just included this just to show you all the difference of a large operation versus our small operation. We are small, but we consider that we can do big things. We're a Colorado company that is proud of that, and we like to bring the rock to people so that they can enjoy it. Not to disparage the larger companies like Holcim, but we don't leave a scar on the hillside at all, and that's our goal. We really like to leave things as they were intended to be. If you could go 2 ahead. I just wanted to bring some examples of where our rock has ended up over the years. Coors Field, so probably millions of people will enjoy this water feature. Just to give you all an idea, we didn't install this, but we did provide the rock, and I'm very happy to do so. And I should note that some of the rock is actually here in this building, not this particular rock, but from High Plains Stone that was given free of charge. So if you could go one more. Also, Broncos Stadium here. Again, millions of people probably see this on some of their happiest days. So we're happy to be a part of that and to represent our Colorado teams. And there's a photo of it being delivered. If you could go one more, thank you. Just another example. This rock is to be enjoyed. It's at Hudson Gardens, along with many other commercial places where people can be amongst the rock. And the last slide. Yes, this is just the world famous High Plains Stone Company, as you all I'm sure have seen. This is our business, and this photo was probably taken around the same time the lease was started, so 35 plus years ago. I really want to emphasize too that we would be happy with any term of lease, any length. We can stockpile rock at our yard in Littleton, so none of it needs to be on site. We can do it in a short amount of time, and we pay 10 to 40 times what the big companies pay. Because we're a small company, we hope to make up for that by paying more in royalties for the tonnage of rock. We really can utilize any length of lease on top of that. So we really want to know what it would take to make it worth the time for the board to deal with a small company like us. And I wanted to say something about the sorry. So I wanted to follow up on something that Ben said, but I'm kind of blanking on it now, so I apologize. Anyways, the last slide, if you might, is the 4th generation of our family. So I thought it couldn't hurt to butter you up with your baby photo.
Feeling.
This is my wife and I's daughter, Sage. She's 8 months old. So you can see she's got her tools. She's ready to go. She's got her work shirt. She's the 4th generation, so she's the reason that we're doing any bit in the first place. So I thank you all.
Do you have a question?
Several of the places you've demonstrated where you have rock are obviously unique places. is the quality of the moss rock on this site considered better than in other sites that you've worked on?
In my estimation, it is because we're able to self-select rather than getting it from distributors. So we can, I have noticed the quality being better. Because of that reason, we're more of a boutique shop and we're able to get that for the customers. So if a company or if the Broncos stadium came to us and asked for specific size or anything, we can find it for them and do custom orders like that. So I believe so.
And you proposed sort of, there would be possibly, if it were to be extended, that you could do something with no equipment on site and lease variation. I mean, can you
Yes, the
say
lease
more about what
variation.
you propose?
Yeah. So all we need on site is a crane and a flatbed truck. And generally we would bring a load or two, but we don't need it. What I meant to say was that we don't need to stockpile it in pallets or palletize anything there. We would go ahead and just ship it off to our yard in Littleton to leave it there. So at any given time, we would just have the crane there and possibly the flatbed truck. So
You're saying it comes and goes.
yes, the truck comes and goes, doing 1 or 2 trips a day back to Littleton to the yard.
The crane stays.
The crane will stay. Yeah.
Commissioner Pribble, you had a question?
Yeah, question for you, and I think a question for staff would, if this operation is closed down, do you have another source?
We have other sources and we sell other types of rock as well. But this rock was very highly regarded and it was kind of a signature rock for the company. So
Then I guess for staff, question is, the assertion was made, we want Ben to get out of this type of lease. Is that because it's a very, very low revenue, or is there another reason?
These Ben Teschner, Solid Minerals manager. We've had a number of these in the last 6 years, and I believe this may be the last one. I believe this is actually the last one that is still active. And these leases have earned us a few $100s a year across sort of their spectrum. And the reclamation on them has been sometimes challenging. Does that answer your question?
I'm not sure I heard your last phrase.
I said the reclamation work on them has been often challenging.
Oh, challenging to do reclamation, got you. So it's a matter of taking care of the land that's motivating you.
Yes,
Right.
yes, and it's a dual reason, a revenue and a stewardship together.
Is there another lease use for the land? If not this, what would be?
This property is leased for other mining activities. It is also leased for agriculture and it is leased for recreation.
And Commissioner, this is the lease, this is the parcel that Matt LaFontaine presented on yesterday as well.
Table Mount.
You mean in the rugby?
Yes.
Correct. You want me to sit?
Yeah. Ben, I have a question. So do you anticipate, well, this lease is in operation now for reclamation purposes. Is there anything about this lease, should it even continue, that would impede our REPI transaction?
I'm not sure. Yeah, the assumption that we have been working on with the REPI partners is that this lease will be reclaimed and will no longer be part of the environment, a part of the system that is the Table Mountain property going forward. And that is based on the closing of it, the signing of the reclamation only extension in 2020. And this lease expecting to be reclaimed in the next short time.
It looks like Matt LaFontaine just entered the room if you want.
Thank you. I'm a little bit froggy today, so I'm hiding from the board in my office. To answer the question specifically with regard to REPI, the conservation partners have assumed at this point that this would not be a persistent mine use on the property going forward. So that would be another item they would need to evaluate. And the appraisals had not contemplated this being a continuing use.
So this is part of the contemplated acquisition.
It is. It's
Under
on
the
the-
rec.
on the-
That was what I was looking.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
And this lease expired 2 years ago, correct? And it's in reclamation only status today.
Correct. It would have expired. I guess there's some specific language we should use here. It would have expired in 2023. It would have expired in 2023 had we not extended it for the additional 5 years for the purpose under a reclamation only. So it is in active lease in that sense.
It's active through 28.
Through 2028 February, I believe.
Currently, there was no action.
Yes, but it would remain an active lease under reclamation only status until 2028. Or until presumably most lessees, when their reclamation is complete, they choose to terminate the lease at that point.
And we've been paying the monthly fee in order to keep it there, just so I can hopefully petition for an actual mining lease.
So you're not mining it currently?
No, and in fact, I mean, you might correct me, I don't want to be too technical, but I believe that it's ready to, if we signed, it could be reclaimed. The area looks clean, clear of everything. There's no equipment, there's no pallets on the ground or anything. It's just that we've been paying it to continue it so that can continue this process.
And have you reclaimed then the trespass road seemed to be the biggest disturbance that we were worried about?
I'll leave that one to you. I haven't walked on them in the last little while.
Well, the road, the old road that existed before is still there. I would have to find out what would be needed to do in that area to reclaim, because the road was an old road that used to be in the area, and it goes along that hillside, and now it's overgrown. I would just need to know specifics to finish the reclamation of that part of it, and we would.
And that would be DRMS, I imagine.
Yes.
So yes, I need clarification. Can he do rock picking while he's also doing reclamation?
At this juncture, no.
From a lease perspective, no.
Yes, that's correct.
So.
We would
Is
be
that
happy
your
to.
understanding as well?
Sorry?
Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, it's just in reclamation currently, and that's why I'm seeking to reinstate the lease for rock lifting.
Counselor?
Just to clarify, I'm not sure. The answer is under the lease, they have no ability to pick rocks right now. They can only reclaim. Physically, I don't know the answer to whether it's possible to pick rock and reclaim at the same time if a lease allowed that. And I'm not sure whether your question was asking what their legal rights are or what is physically possible. So I just wanted to.
I don't know what their legal rights are.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I'm a little confused too what our role is, because you have an application pending. The application was denied. So do we get involved when applications are denied?
So
This is a review.
Yeah,
So this is.
I'm not sure I've done an application denial before. We do what we just did. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, So, this is, if we get to a motion, I actually think I probably need to clarify the motion a little bit more, depending on what you want. But this is a decision or something that's delegated to staff's authority, and as long as no one disagrees with what staff does. And then if there's a disagreement, as there is in here, it is brought before the board for the board to consider the application. So what you're really considering is whether to grant or deny the application. It's not in deference to a staff decision. You're not upholding or rejecting a staff decision. It's like any leasing decision. There's a recommendation from staff before you, and now the board is free to decide how to use the trust land, which is in this case, to either grant or deny this lease application.
I have another
I'm a
technical.
bit confused, Counselor. But the document here says,
That's
this-
why I'm trying to clarify the board order.
oh, because you're modifying this language.
Exactly.
have another
Is it worth
technical-
putting your board order back up on? Exactly.
Problem.
Thanks for listening to that.
But I have another technical question. As long as this has not been signed off on, as it's still being remediated, you can't apply for any application to mine, right? Like, this is really premature, in my opinion, to even apply for it, because it's still under remediation and that has not been signed off on. So even if you wanted to do this, you can't approve an application to go forward. Am I wrong on the process?
I think that's our decision.
Lease, just not the permit.
We could, even though it's not been remediated. You know what I'm saying in
No, I
terms of
understand
process?
what you're saying, and I don't know the answer to the question of whether or not DMRS would issue another permit to mine. But the board could issue.
But why could, I'm not sure you should even entertain an application. Well, DRMS hasn't signed off on that it's appropriate to even have an application pending.
There are two spaces.
I just need
which
the
are-
clarification.
Yeah, there, and let me see if I can do it.
Okay.
There are two spaces which I think are important, and as a result, there are two separate DRMS permits. The first is the original lease space. And actually, could we maybe pull up that map? Probably find it. That one, yeah, the one right there. Yeah. So there's the original lease space, which is shown in yellow. And then there is the what we call the trespass area, which is shown in orange. There are also two separate DRMS permits. The first one is for the yellow area, right? And then the second one is for the orange area. The one for the orange area is declared as a reclamation only permit. That is separate from our reclamation only lease. The one in the yellow area is an open permit. So there is nothing specifically written in that permit that prohibits them from engaging in mining activity, only that when that activity is completed, that it be reclaimed to a particular status. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So the thing that is holding in the yellow area, the thing that is restricting mining is our lease extension, which declares it to be a reclamation only extension and does not prohibit any additional production. Does that?
Not allow any additional.
It does not allow any,
Mhm.
yes, does not allow. The orange area where the trespass was, there are two things prohibiting mining. One of them is the DRMS permit, and the other one is the same lease extension, which also declares that area under reclamation only. So, so I know that's really confusing.
And so I guess the board order again, Ed, for clarification. Since the reclamation lease has not expired yet.
Correct.
So the question is, that's being asked for review is, which you have denied, is they would like to reactivate mining, which would require a modification of the existing lease. Maybe the term, maybe not, but it requires a modification of the terms of the existing lease. That's the question.
Correct.
And for clarification, at the same time, could they do mining while they're doing reclamation?
That is the
That-
question
that's the
before. We
complication.
could,
Yeah.
we could approve that and add that lease, that activity
That condition.
into the lease with conditions. We could add that active rock picking back into the lease. The existing lease, or you could write a new lease, but the question is, yes, we're being asked if we would like to or would want to insert and add that activity back into that lease. Okay.
It's a little muddled.
I'd like to add one additional piece of information. The area in orange is also leased to a different party, which would make permitting rock picking in the orange area exceedingly complicated.
I'm glad you brought that up because I was assuming that the lease we were discussing was the yellow area.
I believe that is the lease we are discussing, but I just want to make clear that the orange area is leased to, at this moment, is leased to Wholesome. And so permitting multiple parties to mine in that space would be highly problematic.
And if I might say, I wasn't aware that we were going into Wholesome's area either. I was really just trying to apply for the reclamation area that we already had. And I thought that's what I was doing.
The yellow area.
The yellow area.
And staff's recommendation on this, as it has, although this is more complicated, as it has been for the others, is this is a low return, high effort activity for the land board. This is one of the last ones. And so I think the question before us is does this, are there reasons for us to add back this activity? Knowing that staff had said it generally takes more time and is a, diminishing return on our effort.
Could we make it worth your while by increasing the royalty or any other means, shortening the lease time, just in the length of time that we have the reclamation permit, just to close things out on a good note for the company and for the board?
I think that's lovely of you to suggest, and that would be between, if the board were to give direction to staff, in this case, to modify the lease to incorporate this activity, we would leave it up to staff as to the conditions under which you would do that.
Right.
So I think at this point, let's put the board order back up and let's ask if there are any other public comments. On this issue?
We want to put the board order up that's got the error.
I've got to have something to work with.
Okay.
I think this one is the one that.
No, but
In the meantime, while we're sorting out the board order, let's just see if
It is
there's any
still
public
an
comment.
application. It's not a lease.
Anyone listening along online or in the room would like to make comment to the board on this item?
Okay, thank you. It wasn't just.
Raise your hand.
No.
Allow you to make comment. I do have one hand raised from the public. Scott Wagner, I'll bring you forward.
So just while they're doing this, I'm trying to clarify this for my own mind. So they have until 2028 to reclaim in what we're calling the orange area.
Yellow area or orange area. Okay.
Both areas.
they
Or
can reclaim
both
it.
areas. They need to do reclamation in both areas, yellow and orange. And the quest is, should they reactivate rock picking in the yellow area? Yes. And that would be only through 2020.
No, Zoom is still functioning. You just can't access it from that computer. I don't know what's being.
As it stands now.
The one thing I'll add also is we created the reclamation only status for a lease in part because we come up on the end of a lease, the end of a term of a lease, and there is a period post-production that reclamation takes some time on the end of that. And in most cases, a lessee needs a little extra time to finish that work. So that was the impetus for creating the reclamation only rider that we put in the solid minerals policy. So even if we said, okay, you can mine until 2028, we may be in a situation again where we are extending this additionally under a reclamation only rider to complete the reclamation. Does that make sense?
I guess I was assuming that 2028 was the end of rock picking and reclamation, so you'd have to stop your rock picking before the end of 2028, so that it could all be reclaimed prior to the end of. What is coming? Is that accurate?
I think the rock picking ended in 2023 and the reclamation.
He's requesting reactivation,
yes.
Right. And then the parties could agree to extend.
He wants to go in and pick a bunch of rocks for the new Broncos stadium. Done by 2020. That baby has a job. That's my understanding.
Ready to go.
Director Rosmarino.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, just having carefully read Ben's memo, that this parcel has not produced since 2020. And in that year, we recovered $374 and change from it.
Yeah.
And then since 2021, our staff has been saying the costs outweigh the benefits to exactly these types of leases. I also want to mention that Trespass Road, we're sort of, I think we need to recognize that when there's a road put in, it's probably going to be permanent. You know, I asked Ben the question of, was this fully reclaimed? Can you tell there was a road there? And, you know, I won't put words in your mouth, but it is very hard to reclaim a road, I think particularly in this habitat. And the fourth point would be the importance of this property to the bigger picture on Table Mountain. So just a couple of points for your consideration.
Are we still awaiting public comment?
Scott Wagner, we brought you forward so you can control your mic and camera on your end. I might not be able to get us to see Scott, but we can definitely hear. Scott, you're muted. I'm not sure what's going on that end. If you've got any other public that would like to make a comment, raise your hand. No other hands raised.
Counselor, have we sorted out if there's a modification to this order?
Well, I would like to have the board modify this motion, depending on how they want to decide. All I really, if you just don't include the to uphold the SAF decision. So it just reads in the best interest of the trust to, and then depending on how you want to vote, either deny High Plains Stone's application or grant High Plains Stone's.
Hello, I figured my mic out.
Oh,
Scott, it sounds like your mute is off. You want to make that comment to the board?
Yes, sir, please.
Go ahead.
I'm the original leasee on this property back in 1990, and I just want to add a couple things that are incorrect that has been stated in this hearing. Number one, all of these roads were already existing. That's nonsense that we have built any new roads. You can go back and look at Google Maps, and you can tell that every road on that property was existing. We're not in the road building business. We don't want to be. We go in and simply take the top rocks and leave no trace. And so that's point number one. Point number two, about the alleged trespassing. It might have been, I was not involved in 2020. My interest in the company dissolved in 2010, but so I cannot testify to the 2020 actions. However, there is a declaratory order from the Department of Minerals that they have declared, and I did this back in 1996 or something at the suggestion of the State Land Board, that the minerals has declared that what our operation does is not defined as mining as such. And so in that declaratory order, basically involves the entire site of Table Mountain. And then thirdly, the next point I'd like to just make, and that is that what we're really, and what I advised my son-in-law Tyler to do, and I got to tell you, I feel he's done a very good job expressing this so far. The point that we want to do, that we're trying to make generally, and why we went through this process to have a closure with the State Land Board, is because we've been working with you guys for over 35 years in a business relationship. And when I ran the company, it was a viable, we were doing tens of thousands of dollars of royalties to the State Land Board. And you could probably have to go back and look at the records to verify that. It was only in the last few years of Debbie's illness that the property kind of, went to seed, so to forth, and now we've reestablished a newness and a youth to the company. I've stepped back in and as an advisory position to help them get it back on track. They've done an excellent job. The first year they've completed a complete year of operating the company. I couldn't be more proud. And then the last thing that I would like to just add that I think is important is we want to work with the State Land Board. We may or may not. I realize that, I know of personally of a lot of companies that kind of followed our lead and said, oh, let's go get leases at the State Land Board and mine minerals, and they've kind of muddied the waters for us. Our company's not like that. We established in 1959, and we've been doing this for a long time, and we do it, as you can see by our lease, just with this one lease has been over 35 years. So we have, what we're trying to accomplish with this, and what we would ask the board to consider, is to let us close this down properly. I will get back involved. I will do we will do any kind of reclamation that's required. We would like the ability to, as we're there, as we're reclamating, to be able to pull enough rock to satisfy our clients that continually ask us, our customers that continually ask, where, we're trying to do phase 2 or 3 of a project. Where can we match the stone? And there is no other place other than Table Mountain. It is a very unique and a very, very desirable stone. So what I would like to just add is that we would just like to make any arrangements that we possibly could with the State Land Board to, number one, terminate this process properly. And again, we were, hamstrung with, Debbie's illness at the last couple of years of her life. And we're euthanized, or I guess that's the wrong word. We've installed youth, if that's a better way to put it. And we would, and we've already been contacted by the owners of the Denver Broncos to know if they would be able to. It just happens to be kind of an orange rock that they somehow have an affection for. I don't follow football that closely, but there must be some connection to the color of the stone, to what they want to do in there, if they indeed do build a new facility. And so a win-win for everybody in this process would be to continue, and I advocate to continue the lease to the end of the expiration, to the end of the expiration date of the reclamation. During that time, allow the company to stockpile enough rock out of there. That's already, by the way, most of the rock that we would be obtaining right now is just sitting there, and it would be already, it's already loaded and ready to go. If we had a year or two of this, we could close this out, a very successful lease term with the Colorado State Land Board, at least up until that I'm familiar with until 2015 or so. And it would be a win-win-win for everybody. The Broncos would get their rock. We would be able to put notice of our clients, of our customers that are depending on this rock that is now available down at our Littleton location. We would be able to stockpile that location within a very, very short time. And I believe that it would be financially viable for the State Land Board, as well as to allow us to go ahead, and it would be go hand in glove with doing the minor little bit of reclamation. As I've said before, the mine lands reclamation. I have not been involved in closing that out, and I would get involved, but to do that, but. At the very least, that we're asking is that we would be able to extend it to the next year or two as we're closing out the reclamation, and then if the State Land Board decides that it's time to move on, that it's not fiducially responsible, then we would we would be in total agreement with that order.
So just clarification. So are we agreeing that the trespass road needs to be reclaimed or not?
I think that's a DRMS question. I mean, that plans with them, right? How much this needs to be reclaimed and what that
written
plan looks
into
like.
into the lease that we have with High Plains Stone and into the DRMS permit.
Yeah.
That the trespass road needs to be reclaimed.
Yeah. All right. I'm just putting this out there because I must be in the mood. And it was the baby picture. But can you have a conversation that we charge you a lot of money, not a little money, a lot of money. See if the reclamation thing works, the time frame works. We don't screw up Reppy, and you get your orange rock and get out of there. And we get a lot of money, not hundreds of dollars, thousands and thousands of dollars. And if none of that works, this answer is no, because we don't do this business anymore. If that works and you can make a deal really quickly, come back. Otherwise, we're going to say no. But all those things have to line up, and I'd be okay with this. I do not know where the rest of you are. If they do not line up, then we're going to proceed forward. You're still not going to be able to do this. There's a reclamation plan that you all have to follow through on. And the answer is still no, because right now the answer is no. I don't know if any of you could live with that or not.
I was gonna say, I think along those same lines, Ben, I think this is likely an ask of you and more time than is commercially justified. However, in terms of the idea of the pursuit of the RAP, and let me emphasize, the reclamation to whatever standard under the permits and leases has got to be done.
It's a priority.
And I think the roads probably were there, but they've been improved or expanded or whatever. So I wonder, I don't know, the other commissioners, do you have a comment, or shall we play with the board order here that?
Does this need to get predicated on a win on Sunday?
One last comment, Tyler. Can you provide the accounting that your sister had done for our expected volumes?
I don't have the spreadsheet pulled up here. I just have the PowerPoint presentation, but we can do upwards.
I don't know that any of this much matters, nor do I know that we need an order. You all maybe need to have another conversation. And the result may be exactly where we sit today. We may not come to any agreement. I don't know, Ben, how you feel about that, but
and maybe before, well, Ben, you can respond, then let's hear from.
Yeah, thank you. Christopher Smith, Assistant Director. Commissioner Scanlon, I tend to agree with you. I think I sort of disagree with Mr. Wagner that this is a win-win. I think from our point of view, we're not really winning on this, even at tens of thousands of dollars. This has an effect on the land, but it also will have some effect on the Reppy project. This is not something that was in place that they have been modeling into their thing. It's not something that either of the two appraisers considered in their appraisal, so we don't know the negative impact of the values of this
Okay, fair.
as it's ongoing, so.
Yes,
Commissioners, if I may, I guess I have a question for High Plains Stone and Mr. Wagner. Mr. Wagner managed a lease that for a similar activity on our Tamichi Dome property. That was a property that lease expired. There were a number of pallets abandoned on site. There was a flatbed truck that was left on site, and that required a lot of staff time and resources to get sorted out. And so my ask to High Plains Stone and to Mr. Wagner is, why will it be different this time?
I'd love to answer that, Ben. Number one is I was never even contacted and I asked to meet at the site. As you remember, what happened at Tamichi Dome was the problem arose through COVID. And for nearly 3 years, we were unable to do anything there. The businesses, the business was everything was shut down. And so that negatively affected us. I live on the site adjacent to that Tamichi Dome process, and I offered to remove and take every bit of that rock off there. In fact, the offer is still open. I'm surprised I have not been contacted. There is no machinery. There is no leftover anything. There's no trash. There are some pallets that were there, but I was never given the opportunity to come and remove those. It was just basically a no interest. And again, I'm wide open. There is a dozen or so pallets that are still sitting on the site. You guys basically took the rock. The state land board basically took the rock that we had staged, and we were never given an opportunity to move it or sell it. It was already sold, and we feel it was stolen from us. It was cleared out without ever any contact to us. And I don't know if that was due to the COVID problem or what, but I don't feel that's a clear description of what really happened.
thank you, Mr. Wagner. I would like to propose or make a motion that that the board refer this matter to staff for a possible reevaluation and in deference to additional information about the implication on the REP transaction.
Yeah.
So the board order would be, my motion would be that the board refer this back to staff for a more complete review at this time.
I'll second, but I'd also like to say a couple of things. Unfortunately, none of our constitutional or statutory obligation includes subsidizing any business, big or small. Number one, we're not a charitable organization except to the constitutional beneficiaries of these lands. And so I'm not at all sympathetic to the notion, and this philosophy of mine extends to agricultural leases, which are sometimes quite generous in their terms, for the rationale of maintaining people on the land, multi-generational. Furthermore, I'm not sympathetic at all to subsidizing Pretty Rock for the billionaire owners of the Broncos, as much as we're all excited about the Broncos' success.
Baby picture.
Yeah. But lastly, this is a rather complicated dilemma. We spent plenty of time on it already. I agree with Commissioner Scanlon in great measure. It seems to me we've got, your motion speaks to this, Madam Chair, an issue of ensuring reclamation, ensuring greatly increased revenue over whatever, if there's to be a continuation, even for a short period of time. But we ought to get out of the business of leases that are high cost, high overhead, high maintenance for staff, and very low return, period. So I'll second with that understanding.
Yeah, comment, Commissioner?
I plan to vote no. And I plan to do so because I think we've heard enough now that spending additional staff and legal time on sorting this out is not just.
So we have a,
Commissioner Harvey, I don't know. if he's
Oh,
got any
thank you.
comments.
Those are pretty good arguments on both sides. I think I'm with Commissioner Heath. I feel like this has been evaluated. It's taking a lot of staff time. It doesn't bring us much income. I'm sympathetic to the party trying to pick rock. I'm not sympathetic to the millionaire owners of the Denver Broncos. So I'm with Commissioner Heath on this.
would someone like to offer an opposing motion?
You have a motion that's made and seconded. So
We have to vote.
you're now in a deliberation process, which is great. If any other commissioners would like to comment, that would, or deliberate, that would be appropriate, and then a vote. And then depending on the results of that vote, there may still be reason to take an action. If the vote fails, or if the motion fails, there may be reason to take a different action.
So may I ask a question, Madam Chair? So we have, in terms of parliamentary process here of some sort, even our casual
Application.
whatever process. Josie, I'd like to hear a little bit more about it. So if you, rather than have ask the staff in High Plains to go back to the table and come up with another possibility along the lines that Commissioner Scanlon suggested. What would you do then? Just deny the whole thing as staff, or as it sits before us? Just in other words, end it here and now?
Well, I am sympathetic that what you intend to do is an honorable decision, but as I've heard more about the fact that there was not compliance when I think the landlord tried to work out this with the previous owners, I think you've inherited an unfortunate situation. I'm sympathetic to that, but I also don't think it warrants the continued deferred of this, trying to come up with a solution. I think that's where I am.
I'm going to weigh in, and I'm afraid I'm reversing myself. Mr. Wagner, you didn't help your cause. Just to be honest with you, I think that your antagonism towards Ben and engagement set you back. And it would have been more helpful if you had acknowledged maybe things could have been better with the other property. So I'm going to be a no vote.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I call the question.
Okay, yeah.
So we're on the motion of.
I don't believe you can have, I believe calling the question requires.
We're just going to have the vote.
Yeah, we're another vote now. Okay, we'll vote on this motion and then we'll see what happens. All right, the motion has been stated. Are you ready to vote, commissioners?
Can you I want to ask you to state the motion.
This was the motion
so that we're
to
clear.
send this back to staff. And
My motion was to refer it back to staff to consider the implications of a possible restart and a report back with their recommendation. And so we're going to call a vote and I'm going to vote no. Can I do that?
Yes. Sure you can.
Commissioner Scanlon?
No.
Commissioner Heath?
No.
Commissioner Pribble?
No.
Commissioner Harvey?
No.
All right, that motion has been defeated. Can I entertain another motion? Somebody want to make a motion?
We need the board order.
Back up.
What is it?
May I have a motion to approve this board order?
Madam Chair, I'll make the motion to approve. Do I need to read it, Counselor, or just refer to it?
So
You prefer it read?
today for this, based on where we are, I would prefer it read.
All right, after consideration of materials presented and the testimony regard at the meeting today, January 22nd, the board determines that it's in the best interest of the trust to deny the High Plains Stones application to restart production on area covered by lease SM 102452 and delegate authority to the director to execute.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Let's have a vote. Commissioner Harvey? Oh,
Aye.
We need.
hold that vote. Another opportunity for public comment.
Is there any further public comment on this item? If you would like to, please raise your hand. In Zoom or in the room. I do not have any hands raised.
All right, let's have a vote. Commissioner Harvey?
Aye.
Commissioner Pribble?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon? Aye. Chair votes yes. Motion carries 5-0.
And I must say that when I hear someone say that staff didn't invite them to come back and remove something that was clearly needing to be removed as part of a reclamation process. I mean, that's a message to anyone who deals with the state.
I know you all voted already, but he's separate. The whole situation was separate, and he's not involved with the business. I understand your decision.
We
I was trying
respect that.
to
unfortunate.
It's
do it a
unfortunate.
different way, so
We respect that. You'll do well.
thank you.
We
Good
appreciate
good
it.
luck finding some other sites.
Thank you
Yes.
very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ben, for hanging in there.
Bye.
We are going to take 10. Right.
Thank you.
Folks listening along, thanks for sticking with us. We're gonna get started again here in a minute. Yeah.
We're gonna get started. Right. All right, our January public meeting is back in session. And as we move along in the agenda for our final action items, we're delighted to discuss the IND fund request for the Michigan River Camp. I believe we have a guest who's been very patient, who will join us in a minute.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Time has passed since I have last been before you. For the record, this is Elliot Hoyt, Assistant Director of Sustainability and Working. I'm here to present a request for IND funds to support the Colorado State Forest Service's Michigan River Camp project on trust lands at the Colorado State Forest. We are joined today by Matt McCombs, the State Forester and Director of the Colorado State Forest Service, and John Twitchell, Michigan River Camp Coordinator and former Supervisory Forester at the Colorado State Forest Service. You'll recognize John has given reports to this group in the past, so his title has changed, but his relationship with us is ongoing and very strong, as you all know. This project is in the Northwest District. Jared Smith, as you know, is here today as well. Jared has developed an excellent working relationship with our colleagues at the Forest Service over the years, and I know shares my enthusiasm for this project and is a strong supporter of this. So this is a special request for a special project. The Forest Service is a very important partner to the State Land Board. They manage almost 400,000 acres of forest on trust lands, managing wildlife hazards, protecting watersheds, and keeping our forest ecosystems healthy. This partnership is a very important part of our stewardship mission. Currently, we do not collect any lease revenue from our agreement with the Forest Service. Any revenue that they can generate from the sale of timber products goes into managing the forest. The Forest Service does bring money to the table, though, in the form of grants and other external funding. For example, since 2022, the Colorado State Forest Service has been awarded $4.3 million from grants and other sources to support improvements on the state forest alone. So it's a very strong stewardship role, and also they are a partner that helps support the work that they do on behalf of all of us. So this is an opportunity to strengthen our partnership by investing in a facility that will bring benefits to the Colorado State Forest Service, the State Land Board, CPW, which manages the Colorado State Forest State Park, which I never get through without stuttering, and other DNR agencies as well, and also local schools and the entire community in this part of the state. So Michigan River Camp is here in Jackson County in the Northwest District, as we mentioned. This project will serve the communities of Jackson, Routt, Grand, and Larimer counties, and in many ways the entire state through the education of future foresters, natural resource managers, and others. Right in the middle of the screen there, you'll see Michigan River Camp, the red star. It's located on land that was formerly leased by Don Iwi and incorporated into the Colorado State Forest Service lease in 2023. This land is at the edge of the state forest and is at the nexus of state and federal land, including U.S. Forest Service, National Park Service. So U.S. Forest Service is the bright green, Park Service is the yellow, BLM is dark green, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is pink. So very important region and very well located to address all of these public interests. It's also easily accessible from Highway 14, which is cutting through the map there, making it a good site for a facility that will serve people coming into the area from both the Front Range and the Western Slope. So the facility will be designed for use by Colorado State Forest Service staff and trainees, CSU students, firefighters, local K-12 school groups from Jackson, Louth, Grand, and Larimer counties, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and other groups interested in forestry, fire ecology, climate change, water, agriculture, recreation, and natural resource management. The location of the project is key to the place-based learning program planned for this facility. A few things on scope, schedule, and budget. So the scope includes a meeting center. There's a rendering on the previous page and this page, give you a bit of a sense of what that might look like, containing classrooms and kitchen and bathroom facilities. And then there's also plans for people to do overnight stays here, but it would be in yurts, so maybe up to 40 people or so. The design of the Colorado State Forest Service intends for this building is to demonstrate the innovative use of Colorado forest products in cross-laminated and other mass timber methods to create an affordable and sustainable structure. It will be built as much as possible with Colorado wood in a sustainable manner. Schedule-wise, the fundraising began roughly in spring of 2024. Design is underway. You can see some of the results of that. And then the idea is to, especially with this effort that we're asking here, is to be able to break ground this year to move this project forward. The budget is about $3 million overall project cost. The meeting center is in the $2.3 million range for design and construction. There's also costs associated with the yurts, and then very importantly, there's money that will be raised and put aside for the sustainable stewardship. So the operation and maintenance of the building, which, as we all know, capital campaigns are wonderful and you get a building built, but then the life of the building and the programs within it are really the important thing that need to carry on. And Forest Service is very conscious of that and is planning for it. There was an initial gift that really kicked this off in a major way, $0.23 million. from Karen Uzbek Norman, a third generation descendant of homesteaders in Steamboat Springs, a retired agricultural economist, from a former Routt County ranch owner, and a CSU alumna. Additional funding has brought the Forest Service close to the point where they can proceed with design and construction of the meeting center. And so the board's investment of $500,000 will help to fill that gap and keep the project on track for groundbreaking this year. So the intention is to use the funds for the meeting center component of the project. One of the purposes of the I&D fund is to enhance the value of the board's real estate assets. Given that this building will revert to the board at the end of the lease, our investment in it is in keeping with the goals of that fund. This is a resource that will be used by forestry experts, natural resource managers, students, community members, including law enforcement, fire protection, park rangers, water resource experts. Really, it's a very much needed asset within this community and will serve many people, including K through 12 schools. And the experiential learning programs here are really important and will provide a great benefit to schools that have budgetary constraints, as all schools do. But this will be an incredible resource for learning, in the natural environment, which is exciting. And State Land Board will have access to this. So you could have the annual lessee meeting that we have every year for the leases we have in this area that Jared runs, educational forums, and we occasionally take you on tours to other parts of the state, but this would be a great place for a board meeting. So all of those would be wonderful assets and advantages to it. Let's speak for a minute about the lease. The current lease with the Forest Service covers all the lands where state foresters manage forest resources for the State Land Board. It's a great benefit to forest health, prevention and mitigation of wildfire, watershed protection, and some resource extraction, which help to defray the management costs, as I mentioned before. There was an amendment. The first amendment to this lease was in 2023 when the Iwi property was added to the lease. And at that time, it was anticipated that the Michigan River Camp project would happen. So the amendment of that lease, which is in your board packet, addressed what would happen if and when the lease ends, and all other improvements in this lease basically are owned by the board already, and so they would just revert to us. But in this case, a project that is receiving gifts and grants and other kinds of funding, the amendment handles that situation where we would pay appraised value for that building at the end of the lease. That did not anticipate the board being a contributor, certainly not at around a 25% level or whatever it ends up being in final cost of that. So we would need to create a new amendment, at least to create a fair situation that doesn't have the board double paying for a building. And the Forest Service recognizes that, and with the action from the board, we would finalize negotiation of that amendment if the board agreed to invest in this project. So the recommendation is to approve $500,000 of I&D funds to be dedicated to the design and construction of the proposed meeting center at the Michigan River Camp, provided that the board and the Forest Service reach an agreement on amendment to the lease that properly accounts for the contribution. We also ask that the staff recommends that the director be authorized to negotiate that lease, the amendment to the lease 111021, to account for the investment in the project by the board and adjust the terms of the settlement in case of cancellation or termination of the lease as appropriate to meet the requirements of I&D fund. And I'll just say that the recommendation for the use of I&D funds takes into consideration the additional benefit this expenditure will have to trust assets through the enhancement of the board's real estate portfolio, which is an important consideration. So that is the summary of the remarks that I wanted to make. I would like to invite Director McCombs up to make a few points on behalf of the Forest Service. But before I invite him up, were there any clarifying questions that you had for the Come on up. But are there any clarifying questions for me before Director McCombs has a chance to have?
You good?
Yeah, a quick question for either of you. So I'm vaguely familiar with State Forest State Park and that area, served previously on the Parks Board. Where can you just help me with the geographic location of the facility? Where is it from the State Parks Visitor Center and then the entrance, which will be further north to the park that extends eastward and northeastward into the state forest? Where is it to be located?
Road. I store some of this information in John's head.
Technical expert, take the stage.
Ron Long is the technical historian, I guess. Thank you. Commissioner, it's the State Forest, the State Forest State Park are the same entity. I know it's very confusing. When it was created in 1939, the State Forest was a conglomeration of federal scattered pieces. Created the Colorado State Forest and named it the Colorado State Forest. This subsequently, since the parks lease, is shown on maps as the Colorado State Forest State Park, and that is their lease. And that used to be a point of contention, as I think I was explaining to Ed at some point, but it no longer is. We're close partners with CPW, but there's no differentiation. We're about a mile from the Moose Visitor Center, but it's well off the Highway 14. It's
You're north and east of Highway 14, Michigan River Camp.
Yeah, it's actually west, yeah. Sorry, the river. So it's across the Michigan River, which is where the name was derived. So, but very close in that vicinity, right up against the United States Forest Service land.
Thanks, John. Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you for having me. Again, my name is Matt McCombs. I'm your state forester and the director of State Forest Service, and it's an honor to be before all of you commissioners today. It was actually enlightening for me to be here this morning. The complexity of your business, as well as the far-ranging, issues that you deal with, remind me of my many years as a multiple-use manager with the Forest Service prior to taking this role. But I really appreciate taking into consideration this unique opportunity to put in place one of those sites and those facilities that, if you sort of think about your own professional journey, or perhaps even as in your education, there are those sort of seminal moments where you're in that space that leaves a lasting impact on you. And we expect, I think the analogous example I would use is the mountain campus at Colorado State University. We send all of our forestry students to this one class where they get to go in a remote setting, be in sort of an intimate class-based setting in the natural environment. And it's consistently reported back that as one of the most impactful and exciting parts of their experiential learning experience. We believe that the Mission River Camp compound has a very similar opportunity for not just the foresters of the Colorado State Forest Service to play a critical role all across the state, providing stewardship for watershed health, forest health, and wildfire mitigation for the residents of Colorado, but really a panoply of actors across the Department of Natural Resources, across other agencies, and then hopefully, yes, someday having the opportunity to host you yourselves to be at where especially at this map, at a crossroads of cross-boundary ownership. And where cross-boundary work and cross-boundary engagement is really the nature of natural resource stewardship in the moment. We acknowledge that wildfire doesn't acknowledge boundaries. Insects and disease don't acknowledge boundaries. And we find over time that in partnership and in shared stewardship across agencies, we're having the most success. It's where we're able to leverage resources. It's where we're able to leverage innovation and learning. And as we were sort of preparing for this presentation, and this map in particular popped, this is a perfect crossroads of multiple different jurisdictions that often act and behave in interdependent ways. So not only do we have this potential for a very unique and intimate setting for growth and professional development across multiple different sectors, but it's hosted in a place that calls to mind the interdependent responsibilities we have between federal, state, local, and community-based participants, and acknowledging that in the business of stewarding landscapes, in particular under uncertainty, this place is just about perfect to make the type of investment that is before you today. The second thing I would just offer is that we intend to bring leverage ourselves. John was the most recent supervisory forester in Steamboat. He has over 30 years of experience in this landscape. He gave up that job to do nothing but raise money and to ensure that the long-term viability and long-term sustainability, not just in the construction, but in the operation and maintenance, was secured. That was the number one responsibility that I put upon him, acknowledging that these types of things can be great ideas, but great ideas can become great liabilities without forethought and commitment. And so we're committed to ensuring that at the outset, whatever product might be generated for our shared investment is going to be durable and create a lasting legacy, not just for the State Land Board, but certainly for a variety of Coloradans across lots of different components of our society. So I just want to say thank you so much for acknowledging we are still at the consideration phase. Thank you for, we're humbled by the fact that staff was willing to bring this concept forward, and we're very much we have great gratitude for the excitement and the partnership to date that we've experienced working with your team. And with that, I would entertain any questions.
Thank you very much. It's good to hear from you and see you again. I'm curious in this project, and I wasn't clear sort of with the budget information. It is a ways to get here. And it does seem like providing the ability to stay overnight is important. Are the yurts a separate phase for this? And they're not included in the $3 million budget, so to speak?
You want me to read?
I mean,
Yeah, it's a great question. They're not included in the request that we're making to the board.
Right.
That's correct, yes.
Yes, I understand our money.
Sorry,
going to
yeah.
The center, which makes.
So,
sense, but
the yurts are relatively easy lift to build. Parks, similar, same yurt we want to use. They built at $50,000 a piece. So we have budgeted for 4 of those. This could be expandable if needed. I am only waiting. Let me answer your question. It's a phased approach. As soon as I feel that the building has been suitably located in terms of the environment, then we can build the yurts. I did not want to see the yurts built. We have the funds to build the yurt.
Okay, that was my main question.
Yeah, we have over.
The package is in total, but what's before the board is just for the building. And we're working in partnership with CPW in particular because they have such great expertise in deploying the setting and then the maintenance. And luckily, they're literally our adjacent partners and host yurts on the campground currently.
Good. I was just thinking, again, to really take advantage of the building and all it has to offer, whether it's school kids or, graduate students, having a place to stay rather than going to Walden, which actually doesn't offer that much anyway, would be important.
The only thing I would add to that is the existing structure that is there that's shown in that picture. That was the opening picture was built by Don Ewey as part of that lease. And there was a sawmill there and so forth, but that house has we've already helped put up CPW folks there. It can also accommodate, we're thinking more administrative. So, maybe the teachers get to stay there and the kids are in the yurts kind of thing, but that would also increase our capacity to stay at the site.
But that is the intention, that in situ experience, because a lot of the growth and the development, sometimes it's not just as much in the classroom, but it's in that setting, sitting around the fire and establishing those relationships and those memories that ultimately can sort of feed people's fire through the ups and downs of anyone's professional natural resource career.
Did you approach or explore getting in some sort of arrangement with CPW, GOCO capital funds to help underwrite it or not?
Yeah, we have, and we get tremendous support. I want to add by the local community. The Board of Commissioners wrote a wonderful letter in support of this. They're not always enthusiastic about our activity or government, I should say, but they are really enthusiastic about this. So they're very supportive of a GOCO approach. But we haven't received any GOCO funding, but as Matt said, I am now charged with pursuing that, and I will with all vigor.
Yeah, my guess is there's perhaps two avenues. Either the local government grant element of GOCO or through the Parks and Wildlife process to get it included in their capital program. It's just an idea. This is a splendid idea, and it's a beautiful facility, and I can say firsthand, I'm not bragging about my camping acumen, but at least 15 years ago, I was attending a GOCO meeting. I think it was in Walden. Must have been in Walden. So we rented a yurt. You probably know where they were, up the mountainside. It was the third week of June. So, you know, we prepared like you prepare on the Front Range for the third week of June. And we got there, it was cold and it was going on dark. And the next morning we woke up to a foot of snow. Our fire had gone out. We were freezing. So don't rely on me for camping.
Commissioner Harvey, any questions or thoughts? His calendar may be off.
Sorry about that. No, it sounds like a great program, great project.
It's terrific. The complementarity of this project and this location for that purpose is just, it's terrific.
It got me right here.
Yeah.
I was very skeptical at first because any type of long-term facility liability for any administrator is usually a red flag. But with John's leadership and certainly the support from the director and others, we were encouraged to bring this forward with support of staff as well. And I'm excited to break ground, and then I'm really excited to have this board hopefully host one of its meetings there. We'll have Starlink internet. We'll have all the things you need, flushing toilets. But you might have to sleep in a yurt, but we'll ensure that there's firewood inside in the stove, and you will be prepared for any eventualities.
Okay, so commissioners, how about, is there any public comment in the room or on Zoom for this item?
Zoomers, if you're listening along and you want to make a comment on this item, raise your hand. No hands are raised.
Alrighty then, we have a board order in our packet. I'd entertain a motion.
First of all, I really value our relationship with the Forest Service. And how important we are working. Just from the point of view of the land board, when I look at our IND budget and our estimated, our projected needs for this, it's hard for me to justify having. And so I'd like to say that I feel like it would be good to support this in some way. I feel that amount personally is hard for me to justify, in part because of the location of this, even though it's on the property, and the probability that folks we serve couldn't use it as often as we would hope. And finally, that we have a number of other demands that come about in the year, from which we need to have a balance in IND that provides this. Hard to say that to you all because you're showing good partners.
Thank you for those insights, and I did find it along those lines comforting to see that we have basically $3.4 million worth of capacity yet to meet some of our other needs.
I agree, but we also know that in terms of technology and some other things that we've been considering, that I believe have a broader application to all of our activities. I'm coming from that.
Right? Thank you for that comment. Commissioners, any other thoughts or questions?
You're ready for a motion?
Yes, unless there's any other reaction to Commissioner Heath's comments. I don't know if you
I guess I'd provide a rebuttal to my dear friend Commissioner Heath. I've been involved a bit, not extensively, with State Forest, State Park, dating back 15 years ago, more than that, when I first served on the State Parks Board. And of course, we, as these gentlemen pointed out, we lease the state, or CPW leases the land for State Forest State Park. And there's a beautiful visitor center. If you have not been there, a beautiful modern visitor center, Moose Visitor Center. There's facilities in the park of camping, and there's some, I think, limited cabins, several small lakes for fishing, trails. It's very heavily used, even in June when the snow might still be fall. It also serves the hunting and fishing community considerably, because you can access huge amounts of prime hunting territory to the east and to the north, and the North Park area. I think it's, I mean, obviously we have competing uses for these investment I&D fund requests, but this to me is just, as our old friend Ken Salazar, this is one of our crown jewels in Colorado. And I would implore the board to support this appropriation or this investment request. This will be for future generations to come, far, far in perpetuity. And I've no doubt that this team here can raise whatever remaining funds need to be secured. So,
And maybe a clarifying question on top of both of those comments would be, I'm understanding this, that this is catalytic in a way in that it allows you to reach an amount that lets you feel comfortable to break ground. In the near future, you can actually put a date on it and assign an action to it because of the comfort of this 500,000, even though you're not quite finished. And remind me what the gap is.
Well, I guess that would be my question. The target here is $2 million. We are at almost 1.6, but this would put us over and allow us to move forward. I personally, and I will be charged with not just raising the money, but making sure the building gets built. And we're not just building any building. We want to build a building that meets all the codes, but is particularly sustainable and an example of what can be done. So I personally think we can come and get all of that done or under that number in terms of the building. But there is a psychological barrier, and quite frankly, that this would put us over. And in my own mind, I've felt that this was, I've worked with the board for almost 30 years and served the board in a way through my agency, because I was the manager at the State Forest, continue to manage a lot of state lands. And I looked at this as sort of stepping up our partnership. And I understand, Commissioner, it's a lot of money I'm asking. And I do understand that. I'm also new to the fundraising, but I have found that I think a lot of people are looking at this, and if it's such a statement, if the board was to vote for this, it would really, and I'm not giving up no matter what, so don't worry. If you don't vote for this, I'm not going away, and we'll still be friends, we'll still be good partners. But there is a psychological and line that this would really provide some momentum for the future that I will follow up on.
I would also offer this is a top 3 target for development for the Warner College of Natural Resources at CSU. And I have the full commitment of the current dean as well as his development program manager. And we have an active capital campaign. So it's not on just John's shoulders. He's getting the full support of an entity that obviously has an incredible dearth of fundraising capacity. And again, it is a signal, and it demonstrates that the landlord is all in as well. And I think that those are those are clear messages that will strengthen John's approach as well as the approach that we are in alignment with and receiving support from Colorado State University.
Line with my experience too, in terms of catalytic gifts and how it can unlock others. Any other comments, commissioners? All right, I'd be open to a motion on the board order in front of us.
Be happy to make the motion. The State Land Board determined it's in the best interest to approve a $500,000 appropriation of I&D funds to be dedicated to Michigan River Camp, provided. I'm sorry, provided. Sorry,
It's probably easier to read it in the board package. I apologize.
Is it the same as it's in the printed package?
It should be the same as in the board package.
I'm sorry. Here we go. Yeah, I guess it's here.
It's very long for the screen.
Yes. Provided the board and the Colorado State Forest Service reach an agreement on amendment to the lease that properly accounts for the contribution. The recommendation for use of I&D funds takes in consideration additional benefit this expenditure will have to trust assets through the enhancement of the board's real estate portfolio. We also recommend that the director be authorized to negotiate an amendment to lease number 111021 to account for investment in the project by the board and adjust the terms in case of cancellation or termination of the lease as appropriate to meet the requirements of the I&D fund. That's rather complicated, but I guess necessarily so. But I strongly commend this to my colleagues.
Second. All right, we have a motion in a second. And I may be losing my mind. I think I asked for public comment. Nick, didn't I?
We did field.
Okay. Good.
And left it hanging. There wasn't any.
May I ask for your votes? Commissioner Harvey?
Aye.
Commissioner Pribble?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
No.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, motion carries 4-1. Thank you for your presentation, for coming today.
And I want to say to you, I really appreciate the partnership. I could have supported it if it was over level.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We appreciate the work.
Concerned about what resources we have for broader service to all of our land.
Chair got underneath.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We look forward to keeping the board apprised of our progress.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Being here, John.
Thank you. We're gonna come up your way and go shopping again. That Moose Center.
All right, Mr. Berry.
Ooh, what a day.
Oh, don't remind me.
All right, well, we'll jump into it. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Justin Bieri, Water Program Manager. Today, I'm seeking board approval to finalize several lease amendment items for the Greeley water lease. This is an existing lease. This lease is in Weld County on the Terry, what's famously known as the Terry Bison Ranch. It's the bison on the screen. And of course, this is a final action item. That's one in front of you. The cover sheet included in your board packet for this item is found on tab 11 and page 494. That's a big packet. That's fun. So today I'll provide a brief background and description of the water resource and the existing lease. We'll explain the proposed lease amendments and staff's recommendation formulation for the amendments. And most importantly, I'm here to address your questions and comments as well as comments from the public. We also have Sean Chambers, the director of the City of Greeley Water and Sewer to address questions and comments as well. At the conclusion of our discussion and public comment, I hope you vote in favor of the proposed lease amendments. That will do several things. It'll add additional guaranteed 25% revenue to the lease. It'll expand the water program both now and into the future. It'll increase the stewardship of the lands that are involved, and it'll tighten up several lease provisions that will help protect the trust. So with that, let's dive into it. As I mentioned, the Greeley Water Lease is located on the famously known Terry Bison Ranch. We call it the Terry Ranch. This is in northwest Weld County on the border of Colorado and Wyoming. It's in the North Central District. And again, this is an existing lease that we're proposing to amend. A little hydrology. This is in Water Division 1, and at least for now, it involves only groundwater. And I say for now because over the long term, the project is expected to evolve into an aquifer storage and recovery project, which would involve injecting other water back into the aquifer. Since this is a groundwater lease, I want to take just a minute or two to do a quick refresher on how groundwater administratively works in, excuse me, in Colorado. Under Colorado law, all groundwater is presumed to be tributary until it's proven otherwise. Tributary groundwater is administered as part of the prior appropriation system, which means that any pumping has impacts to senior surface rights, and those impacts must be augmented. We touched on this concept a little bit last month when we talked about the Rio Grande Water Conservation District's augmentation well lease. That said, there are certain aquifers throughout the state that have been legally determined to be non-tributary. When groundwater is non-tributary, it falls outside the prior appropriation system and is governed by a different set of statutes and rules. A familiar example of non-tributary groundwater is the Denver Basin aquifer system, located primarily along the Front Range in the Denver metro area. Those non-tributary aquifers underlie the State Land Board's Lowry water lease, amongst many other properties that the Land Board have. So this lease with the city of Greeley involves non-tributary groundwater from what's called the Upper Laramie Aquifer, which is this aquifer is a relatively recent discovery within the last 20-ish years, something like that. So the leased portion of the aquifer underlies an area within a checkerboard ownership, and we'll look at some maps between the land board and then the Terry Ranch deeded ground. We're not going to get into the technical details of the aquifer itself, but there's two takeaways. First is both Water Court and the Colorado Supreme Court have repeatedly confirmed the non-tributary status of the Upper Laramie Aquifer. And then the other point I wanted to emphasize is that it's a groundwater resource that's getting increased attention regionally as an alternative to large surface water reservoirs. So a little more history and background of the existing lease. The board first entered into this lease for the groundwater in 2018 with Wingfoot Resources. And that lease was subsequently assigned to the city of Greeley in 2021 as the project transitioned into a long-term municipal water supply. The lease had some concepts in it, or have concepts in it, that are modeled a little bit after oil and gas and mineral leases, specifically a held by production type of concept, which allows the lease to continue forward so long as certain production requirements are met. This project replaced Greeley's earlier plan to expand their Milton Seaman Reservoir, which we all visited in July of last year. We stood on the bank of the reservoir and we stood in their outlet works, and it kind of stunk, if you remember. But so rather than expand that reservoir, this project was the alternative. So compared to reservoir expansion, that this groundwater project had a lower environmental footprint. It required fewer permits and involves a lot less surface disturbance. It's also a more feasible and efficient way to meet long-term municipal water needs, especially in years like we're projecting this year. If there's very little surface water to store, to divert, the groundwater is still there. So in terms of where the project stands today, there's a long pipeline that has to go from the Terry Ranch to Greeley's existing infrastructure. And so that pipeline has been started. There's also well drilling underway that actually was completed. I think they've completed 16 wells. on those land board parcels. And the next major milestone for this project is a joint water court application to obtain decreed water rights for the groundwater. So we'll take just a brief look at the map here. The blue parcels are, of course, our land board, both surface and groundwater and mineral assets. The black hash or checkered parcels are land board mineral assets. And then the yellow outline parcels are the boundary for the lease itself. And again, we can see the Wyoming border just to kind of give you a reference of where we're located here. Okay, so this is a City of Greeley map to kind of show the pipeline and give you a broader sense of what the project is planning and is actively working towards. So at the top of the colorful line would be where the project's location. As you move south, you see all the yellow polygons. That's kind of the northern Colorado metro area. Greeley is kind of in the southeast corner there. You can see Fort Collins and Severance and Timnath and Windsor. So Greeley has to cross several other municipalities with this pipeline. They've completed the blue, red, green. They will be completing the orange this year. And then the pink and the teal are scheduled to be completed here in the future. But again, it's just this map is to show the scope, the totality of what they're planning on doing to pump groundwater from the upper Laramie Aquifer into their system. And again, it will eventually put back water into the ground. So we don't end up with a situation similar to the South Metro area that grew really quickly with a heavy reliance on the Denver Basin aquifers. So this aquifer storage and recovery concept is really important to the region and to the city of Greeley. Okay, let's go over some of the existing lease key features so that we can have something to compare to of what our proposed amendments are going to look like. So financially, the existing lease has a couple different dollar terms in it. So there's a water opportunity charge that Greeley pays the land board every year, regardless of whether they pump any water or not. So that's $100,000 that's credited annually for 200 acre feet. Comes out, of course, to be $500 an acre foot. If they exceed 200 acre feet, then there's kind of a royalty that kicks in, and that's $200 per acre foot, or 12.5% of the gross sales price of the water. There's also a CPI adjustment that is to be reviewed every 5 years. The lease was scheduled to expire in 2028. And as I mentioned earlier, there's some concepts, the held by production concept. This lease would perpetuate with existing wells. So if a parcel of landboard property did not have a well that was capable of producing water, after 2028, that parcel and that groundwater would return back to the land board. That's what incentivized Greeley to go ahead and drill wells on every single parcel that the land board owns. So this again is that held by production kind of concept. So again, the map, the green dots, well, the blue is land board property. The yellow is Terry Ranch deeded property that Greeley owns the groundwater underneath that deeded property. So the green dots are wells that Greeley drilled this last year on landboard property. The red dots are existing wells that were drilled into Greeley's groundwater estate. Okay, so lease amendment. So that's the existing lease. Let's talk about the proposed amendments. They expand and restructure the lease in several important respects. It expands the acreage. It extends in turn and restructures the lease term. It modifies the financial definitions and gives it some update. And then it also gives more oversight and risk protections really to both parties. Okay, so we already saw this map. This is different in that you'll see the red outline parcels. There's one just to the south of the existing lease and a couple parcels just to the east of the existing lease. So these are the parcels that are being proposed to add into the lease. This is about an additional 2,036 acres where they overlie the same aquifer. It's still the Upper Laramie Aquifer. These lands and groundwater assets that the land board owns have yet to be leveraged. So adding these assets into the lease is realizing that opportunity to leverage those things. Okay, extension of the lease term. So one of the proposed items is to extend it to 2038. It was set to expire in 2028. So that's one of the first proposals. And then also the term separates between prior to obtaining a water court decree and then what happens after obtaining a water court decree. Prior to obtaining the water court decree, the lease would continue to perpetuate so long as a well capable of producing water is located on a parcel. So that doesn't change. After the water court decree, the water is likely, as per one of the terms of the decree, potentially, we'll have to see how the decree plays out. The water is likely to be aggregated so that wells don't necessarily need to be located on every single parcel. This has the potential to greatly lessen the surface impacts on the ranch if much of the water can be pumped out of fewer wells. What that means is it's fewer pipelines, fewer power lines, fewer roads, etc. So those parcels that we would be adding, that are proposed to be added in after the water court decree, if everything works out the way we think it will, they may not even need to drill or touch those parcels. And then also continuing on with the held by production concept, the lease would perpetuate with production and not just simply the existence of wells. So Greeley, if they failed to produce any water for 10 consecutive years, the lease would be considered expired. So they need to produce water. I think that's what I wanted to say there. Okay. All right, financial definitions and updates. The proposed amendments also include finance updates. First, the annual water opportunity charge would increase by $25,000 from $100,000. So annual payment to the board, regardless of how much they pump, would be $125,000. And the associated pumping credit would increase from 200 acre feet to 250 acre feet. And this keeps the pricing consistent with the original lease structure at $500 an acre foot for that water opportunity charge. And it also, that increase is also to acknowledge and account for the additional lands, the additional 2,000 acres. Second, the volumetric pricing is clarified to better reflect how municipal water system actually operates. The existing lease allows for a flat $200 an acre foot or 12.5% gross of the annual of sales. But actually applying that is difficult when water is sold both to internal ratepayers, the Greeley Water's customers, and then also outside customers. They charge different rates for those things. So under the proposed amendments, water delivered within Greeley's treated system to their customers would be charged at the flat $200 an acre foot. Any water sold outside of that system as raw water, basically, would be charged the greater of $200 an acre foot or 12.5% of the gross sales price. This makes pricing a little more easy to actually administer. Finally, the proposed amendments update how rates adjust over time. Instead of a CPI adjustment every 5 years, Greeley agreed to, a 5-year adjustment period can result in large jumps. And we've seen that here in the recent past, that Greeley has to, they have to appropriate, and they're not exactly sure how much they're going to have to appropriate to account for that CPI jump. And so what we've landed on is an annual adjustment rather than every 5 years. It provides more predictable revenue growth for the trust and more predictable costs for the city to be budgeting and appropriating for. So finally, the proposed amendments give the board much stronger oversight and better tools to manage risk. First, it clearly puts the board into the process. The board will be named or is named as co-applicant on water court and well permit applications, and has the right to review and comment before those applications are filed. This means that we see major decisions early and we have a direct role in how the project moves forward. The proposed amendments also add clear rules for things that are likely to come up over the life of a long-term municipal water supply project. This would include one of the things I mentioned earlier is the aquifer storage and recovery. Right now, that's not contemplated in the lease, but we have a little carve out that we will negotiate in good faith in the future for that. Similarly, a potential water treatment facility, Greeley's going to have to treat this water. Again, that's not contemplated in the lease, but we have another carve out that we would negotiate, we could negotiate in good faith to do a water treatment facility. And it also addresses what happens if this lease is ever assigned to another party. So if Greeley decides to go chase some other shiny object and wants to have another party take over this lease, we have it clearly defined of how that would happen. These provisions help avoid uncertainty down the road. The proposed amendments also do a better job of addressing investment in infrastructure. It spells out clearly who owns facilities at the end of the lease rather than leaving those questions unanswered. And finally, the proposed amendments set clear expectations if problems arise. Right now, we have a great relationship with them, but 20, 30 years down the road, don't know. So it adds notice and cure periods, requires mediation before disputes escalate, and accounts for the fact that this is a municipal water supply by allowing more measured timelines before termination. So kind of some runways before a lease would be terminated. Together, these risks or these changes give the board more control over of the process, and they lower the risk again for us and for Greeley over the long term. So the existing and proposed amendments to this lease are critically important to the city of Greeley and represent a valuable long-term asset to the state land board. In simple terms, the amendments before you today do 4 things. They bring additional land board lands and groundwater into the lease. They adjust the lease length to match how long a municipal water system project will take to develop. They update payment terms to increase and stabilize revenue to the trust and strengthen board oversight and government. The original 2018 lease served its purpose to jumpstart the development of a large groundwater resource, but it really wasn't designed for the long-term realities of a municipal water supply or the full scale of this project. These amendments attempt to close those gaps. This increased guaranteed and long-term revenue, improved risk protections, and giving the board clear control will allow unused surface land to be returned to the trust. So it's kind of a better stewardship, that aggregation concept. From staff's perspective, the proposed amendments better align with the board's constitutional responsibilities and position the trust to benefit from a stable long-term municipal water use with clear financial and governance safeguards. So the proposed lease amendments before you today because staff, I don't have the authority to approve these items that I've highlighted in this presentation. So in summary, staff recommends that you vote in favor to finalize the existing groundwater production lease amendments with the city of Greeley. Thank you for your time. That concludes my prepared remarks. And just, I guess I'll open it up to Sean if you'd like to take a minute to say anything.
Good afternoon.
I'm Sean Chambers. I'm the Director of Water and Sewer Utilities with the City of Greeley. I appreciate the time this afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the commission. I want to thank staff. Justin and his colleagues have done a tremendous job helping us, as he said, convert what was very much like oil and gas lease to something that will work, I think, on behalf of the land board and a municipal water provider. All the things that were mentioned with respect to appropriate terms that give both of us some reliability, both in price, but also in termination and clarity around ownership, clarity around stewardship, and the opportunity to work collaboratively with transparency as we go into a water court case are all very valuable to us as a long-term water user, and what we hope is a very successful long-term partnership with you all under this lease. So as Justin noted, over the last year, we completed 16 wells on the various state land board parcels. Those were critical in obtaining saturated section thickness and geophysical logging that we need to be able to file our water court case. This subsurface sandstone aquifer has been known about conceptually for about 20 years, but having very detailed hydrogeologic information is what we'll need for a water court decree. And so we're now prepared to move forward and take that next step with you all. And this lease is part of the maturation process to be ready to do that. So I think, maybe the last thing I'd close in saying is I'm a Colorado born person, and I come from a family of two public school teachers, and I really appreciate the mission and the purpose for the land board. And I think this lease helps you live out that vision, and appreciate your time and consideration today.
Very much for coming. Commissioner, questions?
So when the parcel you got was outlined in red, what is the current use on the surface?
I believe there's two uses. One, I believe there's an ag lease, and then there's another solid minerals lease for sand and gravel.
And I guess my question for you is, I read recently that they project Greeley to be the fastest growing area in the whole Front Range. And is this part of your urban planning area that this particular parcel would be added?
For urban growth, no, it is not. It's a long ways. It's on the order of about 36 miles north of our long range growth management boundary. And there's intervening growth areas for the communities of Windsor, Severance. So we would never leapfrog over them. This is really akin to a satellite well field. So bringing water from a remote location to our service area. And we have a robust municipal water portfolio without this groundwater storage, aquifer storage and recovery project. But the reason that this is so attractive to us as an asset is it allows us to conjunctively use our surface water portfolio with groundwater and navigate severe drought. And as we grow into a much bigger population, that will be important in drought years. So the additional parcel really just adds additional saturated section thickness, additional water rights to the aggregated decree.
As you might know, we're obviously interested in making sure agricultural land can continue. We don't want to do anything to disrupt that use.
I was going to ask the broader question of not just the new parcels, but generally on our parcels here, is it occupied with grazing lessees and or?
Yeah, the Terry Bison Ranch, they actively move bison all throughout the property. Yep. As part of the drilling project, they had to modify their schedule depending on where the bison were going to be located. Yep.
And I wondered with all again, thinking about oil and gas drilling, what kind of surface impact is there to drill each of these 16 wells? And then are those roads recovered, or do they grow back? Like that fragmentation of habitat that we worry about?
Yeah, you want to take that?
Yeah, so I would say, separate from this, we have terms and conditions under the fee simple owned lands. And They dominate most of the road network, but any new roads are very costly for us to build. We try and leverage existing roads. Any place a new road is put in, it is restored and recovered. You know, compared to like maybe what you would think of as a traditional oil and gas pad, these are small pads, smaller diameter wells, very much less invasive. And then once the pad site is reclaimed, really you just have a wellhead sticking up out of the prairie. And the bison routinely, we try and fence them off to protect the wellhead from bison rubbing up against it as scratching posts. But otherwise, they roam freely around the wellheads with pretty sophisticated approach to giving notice to get on the property for daily activities and maintenance, just to make sure we're in coordination with the surface grazing lease.
Great. So you did have the reclamation or restoration component in the lease
Yes.
in the beginning.
And that continues forward. And it's even it's strengthened as well. If what will happen should the lease end, they have reclamation requirements in it. Yeah.
I see Commissioner Harvey has his hand up.
Yeah, Justin, does Greeley own the water or does the state own the water? That's question one. And two is what's the rate of recharge on this aquifer?
Yeah, so Greeley owns the water underneath the fee simple ownership, and then the land board owns the water under the land board parcels. In terms of infiltration, I think it's gonna be straws that go down into the aquifer. You're gonna have to pour water down those straws.
Would you like me to elaborate?
Yeah.
So Commissioner, technical. Generally, what we see in the Denver Basin around South Metro Denver or in this like aquifer is recharge rates that are about 50% of what your production rate is. And we expect production rates to be between 250 and 400 gallons a minute. So you would expect in each individual well, you could recharge at about 50% that rate. When you're recharging, just letting gravity drive the water, and then it's spreading out into the sandstone aquifer, which is not a rapid process, but it's one that allows you to bank water today for a future use tomorrow. So.
And how close is Greeley to using its non-drought water? As in, how often? It's hard to predict, but how often would you suspect you'd need to turn to this water?
I would say our long-range integrated water resource plan has us really integrating this supply into the portfolio somewhere in the mid to late 2030s. We have a very robust surface water portfolio at the moment, but also that plan, like the state water plan, very much looks at, how we grow, how fast we grow, what type of land use we have as we grow, how dense we grow versus not dense. So it's really hard to predict. We annually do analysis on our supply and demand, making sure that we really know how to integrate the next infrastructure steps to be ready as our demands grow. And so I think, as Justin mentioned in his presentation, we have built beyond the 16 wells, we've built a couple of phases of pipeline construction. So we've built somewhere around 15.5 miles of pipeline, large capacity welded steel pipeline. There will be a future phase here before 2030, and then we'll be planning and permitting our water treatment plant and our last phase of pipeline. The one caveat is, I would say, there are possibly opportunities to lease some of the water or use some of the water closer to the site prior to our general municipal demand. And so we will explore those opportunities as they may be able to yield some revenue for us and the land board.
Right. Thank you.
Justin, one more question for you, and that is, compelling, well-conceived presentation of all the benefits. Is there anything that wasn't covered that is a loose end or something that gives you any concern based on this?
Yeah, we're still, yesterday we finalized some of those loose ends, and none of them really were items that gave us pause. necessarily. So I don't think so, really.
So it's just win-win-win.
Win-win.
Okay,
Right.
just checking. All right,
For your reference, there is a board order up on the screen and in your packet. There is one slight change between the board order that's on the screen and what was in your packet. And it's the underlined word finalize. So you're just giving the staff authority to finalize negotiations of the proposed amendments.
great. Well, before we have a motion, let's see if there's any public comment on this matter.
Folks listening along online, like to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand. No hands raised, Commissioner.
Righty.
No.
And commissioners, how about a motion?
So, Madam Chair, I move on the board as contained in our packet with one change, and that the underlying will finalize into the, let's see, it would be just 2 words before proposed. Is that close enough? You need me to read that? Scratchy voice.
Is it good enough for you?
Yes, I think it was good enough for Chris. Yeah. So
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the board order as put on the screen with that change. Commissioner Heath, do we have a second?
Second.
A second from Commissioner Scanlon. Commissioner Harvey, how would you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, and Commissioner Pribble is out of the room at the moment. So we have a quorum and we still have a majority, so we'll go forward of 4 to, I don't know what we call that.
it's an
Unexplained.
4 to 0.
4 to 0.
Commissioner Pribble's excused.
Excuse, there you go.
great.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Ben Master.
A stuffed chair, so please stand by.
No?
Just leave fun, look at the chairs.
New chairs. Yeah,
That's why.
that's why we need $500,000 and we need new chairs.
No.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lindsay Brandt, Biodiversity Program Manager. And I am here today really to talk with you about the response. Help me out, Nick, on the. There we go. I'm here to talk about the responsible stewardship of a 20,000-year-old resource, which you already know by the title of this talk are fens. So quickly, just to review, what are fens? In short, fens are wetlands, but they are a very unique and rare type of wetland. Fens are fed by groundwater and they are perennially saturated. So they're not always going to be saturated right on the surface, but generally within the top 12 inches of the soil, they will be saturated. And because of this constant saturated state, there is a rooting zone that is anaerobic. So there's no oxygen because it's essentially underwater. Because of this, the vegetative matter does not break down like you would have in a normal soil layer. And all of this rooting material from the vegetation on the fen site slowly builds up and forms an organic layer that we call peat. And this peat accumulates very slowly. We're talking about 3 to 12 inches over the course of 1,000 years. So this peat accumulation over time does result in these floating peat mats on the surface of the fen site. And you can often feel these when you're actually walking on them. The commissioners that joined our Park County tour 3 or 4 years ago may recall we visited the railroad fen site and actually experienced some of that floating mat. So we have this on a variety of fen sites in Colorado. And so this is all kind of cool and interesting, but why do we really care? What is it about fens that are so important? So besides the fact that these are unique peatlands that take thousands of years to form, once they're gone, we're not getting them back in our lifetime. It's not something we can easily replace. And this peat stores carbon because the carbon in the peat does not break down, it's actually a carbon sink. So it is helping regulate kind of worldwide carbon budgets. Extreme rich fens. So I mentioned that fens are a rare form of wetland, and we even have these specific fen types that are even more rare called extreme rich fens. And these are a fen type that occur, as I mentioned, fens are groundwater fed. And when some of the groundwater has a high nutrient level, it results in a very unique chemistry on the fen site. So in our case, the groundwater that comes off of the Mosquito Range here west of South Park flows into South Park, and it has very high calcium level, and it supports these fens that host very unique plant communities. And some of these plant communities are ones that flourished during the last ice age, and now we just have these relic populations in a very few locations in our state. So these are rich islands of biodiversity. They include these rare plant communities. They support invertebrates and other wildlife and plants that are just extremely rare in Colorado, as are all wetlands generally. These fens do discharge groundwater and release a steady flow of water and nutrients to the larger system. And there also can be a bit of a window into past climates. These deep peat soil profiles can potentially contain sort of paleo-ecological information that, researchers can learn, like what was the climate of the surrounding region thousands of years ago. The commissioners that remember when we designated the Alamosa Peat Bog into the Stewardship Trust, that's actually a fossilized peat bog where, geologic changes over time shifted the water away, but that peat layer remains and has an abundance of like fossil and cultural resources in it, even though it's now a dry site. And these are just iconic scenic components of our Colorado landscape. So unfortunately, fens have experienced a variety of historic impacts. They have been ditched and drained to support other land uses. They have been converted to hayfields. They are actually a place that grows a lot of great grass and graminoid plants. And so they've been cut for haying, sometimes dried so that equipment can get in there to cut the hay. Diversion of the groundwater or surface water for other uses can have an impact on fens. And then peat mining has occurred. So if you've ever bought peat moss or sphagnum moss at the landscape center, at the garden center, and peat was also mined and burned for fuel. And I kind of put historical in parentheses here because this has actually occurred up into the 70s and 80s. So it's not super historic. And this photo of just these stacks of peat is actually not from one of our sites. It's just kind of an example photo. Another impact is fens being used by livestock. Often fen sites are the only primary water source for livestock in the area. And cows spending a lot of time in the fen site or going in and out several times a day to access water can create a great deal of impacts. This hoof shear and trampling, either by cattle or other large ungulates, can really start to degrade a fen and impact that vegetation layer and that peat layer and cause drying and just destruction of the fen ultimately. So coming back to the State Land Board, we have about 20 fens or fen sites on 15 different properties on state trust lands in Colorado. And I say fen sites because these fen wetland systems are very complex. So in this example here, the two shades of green are various wetland types, and then the areas kind of outlined in this pink color are what the actual fen areas are. So you really have to have kind of an understanding of the entire wetland complex to understand where the fens are, what's a wetland, what's fen, and how it all sort of fits together. Just to zoom in on that map I showed you a little bit, the bulk of our fens are concentrated in South Park, and we also have a few over in Lake County. And we also have some fen sites up in North Park or Jackson County. There's kind of a theme between Jackson County and groundwater today, so we're just keeping on that theme. So this brings us to the SAP itself. As a reminder, SAPs or Stewardship Action Plans are plans that we, the State Land Board, develop to protect a certain resource that occurs across state trust lands, or to protect a resource anywhere that it does occur on state trust lands. And so this SAP was initially approved by the board in 2020, and it's our process to update these SAPs and have them reauthorized every 5 years. And the primary goals of the SAP have not changed. The first of these is resource conservation. So how do we protect and restore as best as we can these fen sites on state trust lands? The second is resource development. So how do we manage the uses or leases that occur on or near fen sites? And then the third is outreach and partnering. How do we develop effective relationships with our lessees and other partners to accomplish the goals of the SAP? So under that first goal of resource conservation, we have 4 objectives. The first is to identify and map the fen sites. Obviously, we can't protect or enhance them if we don't know where they are. The second is to assess their condition and identify any impacts, whether they're internal or external influences that are causing degradation to the fen sites. The third is to restore the ecological integrity of the fens and associated wetlands to the best of our ability. And then the fourth is to monitor changes and implement adaptive management over time. And this photo, just to explain, is one of our contractors that was out assessing a fen site, did a soil core to kind of assess that peat layer, and kind of hard to see on this picture, but the depth is 26 inches, that location. So the second goal is resource development. So again, how do we manage other types of uses besides, other uses in general? So the first of these is to improve grazing management on fen sites. The second of these is to understand if there are any recreational impacts occurring on fen sites. And we want to prevent any negative impact from other types of leasing besides grazing and recreation. A fourth objective that we added in this update to the SAP is to explore ecosystem services leasing opportunities. So there's potential for either mitigation banking or potentially carbon sequestration opportunities on these fen sites that we would like to explore. And then the fifth is to dedicate financial resources to achieve the goals of this SAP. And if you stay tuned for the next board item, Mindy will be asking you for some I&D funds to do just that. I'm going to dive just a little deeper into 2 of these objectives, grazing management and kind of other lease types. So as I mentioned earlier, the primary issue on several of the fen sites on state trust lands is that the only water source available to the livestock is in the fen site. And while all of these fen sites are kind of part of a larger grassland lease that does need to and should be grazed, we really want to create another way for that grazing to happen that does not have an impact on the fence. So we want to install alternative water sources such as stock tanks and wells, use wildlife-friendly fencing to exclude cattle from the fen area, and then work with our grazing lessee to potentially adjust their grazing plan or parts of their lease so that they can continue their operation while also protecting the fen. And then on the other types of uses, the fen contains a variety of leasing directives in the previous edition and in this edition, just to kind of give staff some guardrails around what other uses, should occur near fen sites. And so this directives include, no surface disturbance within a quarter mile of a fen site, no subsurface leasing for a fen site, regardless of surface ownership. Putting buffers around any mineral or subsurface development in the area, and that we would want to make sure that any type of development, we would want to be sure that there's no negative impact to that groundwater supply for the fen site. And then the last objective is that outreach and partnership objective. We really want to work with our lessees to make sure they understand the importance of fens and why they should be protected. We want to collaborate with our lessees to adjust their operations, as I mentioned, to protect these sites. And then we want to collaborate with neighboring landowners and partners. Not all of these fen sites are strictly on state trust land. Sometimes they also occur on adjacent land. So we want to work with our neighbors, and we also want to work with other groups that are interested in kind of fen conservation to make sure we can achieve these goals. So a couple updates to this version of the SAP that I'd like to highlight. We actually added 7 new fen sites since the 2020 edition. And one of the sites that we had evaluated in the past 5 years, we learned was not actually a fen. So we took that one out. We added a variety of summary tables about fen condition, condition assessments, and floristic quality assessments. And we updated our recommended actions based on kind of today's more robust stewardship practices that we follow. In the last 5 years, we've really increased our stewardship review process, and basically every use that comes around now gets look at from the stewardship staff to make recommendations. And so a lot of what was in the SAP originally kind of reflected an older process that we have a newer process now. And then we also added this Appendix C, which really outlines the goals, objectives, strategies, and action steps that have happened in the past 5 years and what we're targeting for the next 5 years. And just a few accomplishments to highlight. We had a contractor map 11 fence sites, but that's how we learned one of them was not a fence. So we had a contractor map 10 fen sites that we actually have an understanding of where the boundaries of those fens are. We hired an expert to provide us some feedback on how we can best enhance our fen sites. We constructed a wildlife-friendly livestock exclusion fence around our railroad fence site. And then we're working with that lessee to adjust his grazing management to better protect and enhance that fen. And then we also had over 20 field assessments by myself, other land board staff, natural areas program staff, and volunteers to really document rare plant occurrences, animals. We had an expert out there studying mosses and just general conditions of the fen site. And then just to touch on adaptive management, we will continue to provide in the annual stewardship report any progress we've made in advancing the goals of the FENSAP, any expenditures that are made, and then also any revenue we have forgone because we're maybe denying a lease that was asked for on a fen site for the protection of the fen, and any learnings and recommended changes for the future of this SAP. So that's really all I have for you, but I do recommend that the board approve the Fen Stewardship Action Plan for a period of 5 years. Happy to take any questions or comments you have. And I do want to mention that also a little coming soon, our next goal after this SAP is to start on the biodiversity SAP for our properties. Thank you.
For a good update.
Yeah.
Questions?
Lindsay, I'd be interested. What kind of reaction do you get from grazing lessees, ag lessees, when you propose protecting these sensitive riparian areas, these fens?
It's variable. I've had lessee be like, well, that's where all the good grass is. And then I've also had lessees say, oh, that's okay. We don't use that site. The cows don't like to get in there. It's too mucky. So there's a variable response. I think there's a variable understanding of really what fens are and their importance. Fortunately, all of these sites, like our largest fen is maybe 40 acres, but that's on a ranch that covers several thousand acres. Some of our smaller sites are like 5 to 10 acres. So they're not huge pieces of an operation. They're relatively discrete sites.
And I assume you're talking about in the totality or in the aggregate, relatively few number of lessees you're working with, right?
Yes.
Would you estimate, is that 20 or is it 40? Is it 60?
It's 15 to 20.
15 to 20. So you can do a lot of one-on-one education.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. And that is our intention, is to, meet with more lessees in the next 5 years and, have those individual conversations and, even go out and take a shovel. And it's always effective when you cut a piece of peat out and it kind of goes when you pull it out of the ground. It's a great demonstration tool. So.
Thank you.
Yes,
Lindsay, in the report, you mentioned the potential even acquisition of additional fen sites for carbon sequestration. I mean, have you looked at that? Is that something that is?
It's a possibility. I might hand off to Mindy for comment as well, because a lot of the potential is kind of where the market is. But one of our properties, the Crooked Creek Fen property in South Park, we only own a very small piece of the larger fen site. And as far as I can tell, the adjacent landowner isn't really using the land for much. And so it could be an opportunity to pursue an acquisition there if the numbers add up in terms of the opportunity to get into that carbon market. So it's something that we'd have to look at kind of on a case-by-case basis. But yeah, it's definitely something we'd like to explore more.
I have a question. It seems like we have a pretty thorough examination now of the extent of fens on our land. Would you say that's true?
I would say that's true, but then you never know. Most of our knowledge of where these fens are have either come from people on the ground that said, hey, I think this might be a fen, or just available data online. And knowing that not every property's been assessed, and the data is only as good as the data is, I think there's always opportunities that we might discover we have more fens. But that being said, the digital tools and the data that's available to us and the remote sensing and all that is getting better and better. And so I think, we will have, over time, we can continue to look at sites and see where else they may be occurring that we currently don't know about. But in general, I'd say our district managers have a pretty good feeling for like, there's wetlands here, there's wetlands there, these ones seem like they're, you might go look at. So I feel like we have a decent handle on it.
So two follow-up questions. That one, this seems like it would, or maybe I'll ask it. Would the lens platform, particularly with a higher resolution, be a good way to double check anything that is appearing like a wetland? Would you be able to detect whether or not it's a fen from using that tool, or at least an strong indication?
You could tell if a site is perennially saturated. Whether you could tell that it's accumulating peat, I would not say that I could say that without giving it a shot. But there's folks at CNHP are using like machine learning to assess beaver activity and that saturation. So, the wetland mapping is great, and just wetlands are only a very small subset of state trust lands. And so we could use that to kind of narrow the search. I don't know if we could remote sense a fen, but that would be.
But at least we could dial it down to maybe ones that would be worth looking at.
Yeah, and we can do that now. We know where our wetlands are, so we can definitely continue to review that.
And is our leadership? What are some of the other agencies you mentioned? CNHP, CPW. It seems like we're sort of a leader in now really digging deep into fens and expressing how important they are. How do you see that rolling out and influencing other partners, and what stage they're at?
Yeah, and we've had a couple of conversations with CPW. They own land around one of our fen sites about, hey, can we work together? They've, given us, we'd be interested in doing that. The Nature Conservancy has the High Creek property, which the fen is really on their land, but, we own adjacent land. So they're probably, they're actually interested in doing some restoration on their fen site. So there's learning opportunities that we could probably have from them. BLM is an adjacent landowner, so we definitely can do some more outreach. Some of them are on fee land, and that's where we might have to have those conversations with our lessees to say, do you know that you have this and how important it is? So.
Well, it just seems like we're accumulating a lot of knowledge and expertise, and it would be great if we could leverage that to have other people saving fens and investing in those as well.
And there's some folks that kind of work in the South Park area that are real experts, and they're consultants, but they're very experts in fens and wetlands, and kind of are leading some of those bigger initiatives of bringing folks together. So
great. Sorry, Mark, I couldn't see that. Please.
Oh, that's okay. Lindsay, is the carbon sequestration just keeping the peat and that stuff in the ground, or is it actually absorbing carbon from the atmosphere, or both?
It would be just keeping the peat in the ground that's already there. So maybe like a non-conversion type of thing, much like soil carbon. But if the fen is not functioning to its full capacity because of whatever these outside impacts are, and we can elevate the functional capacity of the fen, we could potentially increase that storage potential. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Just as an aside, I really like this part of the state land board, getting more and more sophisticated with land management, and including the parts that are so overlooked.
Yes. And I have to give credit where credit is due, because, Mindy created the first iteration of this SAP, and I'm just standing on her shoulders now.
I had never heard of it before I came on the land board, and they're amazing.
Yeah, they are.
So cool.
Well, great. I don't think there's any other questions. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Folks listening along online, if you want to make a comment, now's your chance.
Let me ask just one more about that. You know, some of us had the opportunity to visit the Fen near South Park. Are there others that, as we plan activities in the warmer months, that we could visit that newer members as well as the rest of the board could see?
Could certainly put that on the list for planning.
Yeah.
Director Rosemary.
I have a suggestion.
Yes, Director.
Thank you, Chair. We had talked about visiting the Lake Fork Ranch, which has Vens. So we could do both at once. It's a possibility.
Excellent.
Right. And Commissioner, we didn't see any hands raised.
Okay, great. All right, then, I'd like to entertain a motion then to approve this fabulous Fen plan. Already just checked.
Second.
Okay. Madam Chair?
Yes.
I move board adopt the 2026 Fen Stewardship Action Plan as contained in our board packet.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Pribble. Commissioner Harvey, how do you vote?
Aye. Aye.
Pribble?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon? Aye. And Chair votes yes, motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, Lindsay, for
Thank you, commissioners.
your work. Now the bonus where we're asked to invest.
Now the part. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Mindy Godsagan, the Stewardship and Ecosystem Services Program Manager, and it's my pleasure to follow Lindsay's presentation. I'm here before you to ask for investment and development funds to protect fens and wetlands on state trust lands. So, as I said, this request is for investment and development funds to protect and enhance priority fens and wetlands. So this is going to include mostly fens, but will also include some other wetlands on state trust lands. As Lindsay mentioned, I don't know if she went into the general ecosystem services that wetlands provide. I'm just going to give a very brief update as kind of setting the stage, but wetlands filter sediment and pollution. Again, fens have a special unique role because they're actually just sitting on top of a spring, just permanently. And so they have slightly different functions as with the wetlands, but they capture, hold, and slowly release water back into the watersheds. They slow runoff from winter snow and storm events and ease those erosion effects. And they also provide critical wildlife habitat. They're an important part of wildlife habitat. They also serve as biodiversity hotspots for rare plants and invertebrates. And they even deter wildfire movement across the landscape and help recovery. Some of the special points or sites within the Troublesome Creek Fire where these wetland system, these intact functioning wetlands and stream systems help slow the effects of wildfire and kind of give a jump to. That said, they are under threats and impacts. Wetlands in particular, when they're used as a livestock water source, can become very degraded. This is particularly true where they're the only livestock water source. And unfortunately, this happens on some of our state trust lands as well. Fragile fens are particularly susceptible to hoof shear and compaction impacts because they're saturated and wet all year long, and they contain those soft peat mats that Lindsay so ably described. And recovery on all of these wetlands can take decades, but that said, improvements can be seen very rapidly where there is sufficient protection. So I'm going to run through some of the 3 areas where we've identified some of these properties that come up to our level of attention for needing help. One is the Stewardship Trust. The constitutional amendment and statute requires protection of designated natural values. 40 properties at least on Stewardship Trust have either fens or wetlands in need of enhancement or protection. And 4 of those properties are in this funding request that I'm going to make to you today.
the 2026 Fen Stewardship Action Plan that you just approved. 13 of the 19 known fens are in immediate need of protection, and 5 fen projects are included in this request. And also the 2021 Greater Sage-Grouse Stewardship Action Plan, which you'll be seeing again for its 5-year approval later this year, calls for the protection and enhancement of wet meadows in these arid environments. 2 Greater Sage-Grouse wet meadow properties are included in. So that bracketed against the goals that the State Land Board has set for staff is, one goal is in the fiscal 26 annual business plan is to deploy I&D funds in advance of 4 focus areas. And one of those is in conservation. Secondly, another State Land Board business goal, 2AJ, requires staff or directs staff to develop a plan to identify high priority wetlands and riparian areas that could be better managed by providing necessary improvements and supporting management. And finally, and it directs staff to pursue at least 5 projects in fiscal year 26, which we are a little bit more than halfway through already. And then third, the Governor Polis's wildly important goals directs DNR and specifically the State Land Board and state parks to complete 30 conservation and restoration projects by June 30th, 2026. So with those marching orders, I am here before you today to ask for funding to help support these goals. There are 7 properties and actually 11 projects contained in the request today. These are mostly along the center spine of the state. They're actually fall into 3 separate districts. And I just wanted to point out that fens are mostly found within certain elevations, like above 9,000 up to 14 or 12 or 13,000. So we're going to always find those kind of in the center spine of the state anyway. And so some of these are on stewardship trust properties, and all of them fall within those other guidelines or plans that staff has developed and you have approved. So fen and wetlands importance. One reason these projects that I'm proposing and have included in the board packet these are 7 projects that should be relatively straightforward to complete. Again, we have about 5 months left to do this. And so they're small, they're kind of low hanging fruit. And they're all on school trust properties, which I&D funds can only be used on school trust funds. I'll talk a little bit later of how we're going to accomplish projects on properties that are not in school trust. They were all involved consultation with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We'll be using wildlife friendly fences that will not impede wildlife migration or movement. Mostly the purpose is to contain and direct livestock as opposed to wildlife that uses these areas. And then we'll also be developing grazing plans, or at least supplemental directives, I guess, or we're working with our lessees to how are we going to manage around these areas. And specifically, if they have been used for livestock water, how are we going to address that and replace that need? And we'll be meeting in collaboration with the lessees. Of the 7 properties, 2 are not currently, one is not currently grazed. I'll be talking a little bit about that. And another one, we're having a new lessee come up within the next year. So here are the 7 properties. This table is in your board packet. These include properties in Jackson County, Fremont County, Park County, and San Miguel County. Oh, and Saguache County. It'll once implemented, we'll be protecting 105 or so acres of wetlands or fens. We'll be putting in about 6.5 almost miles of fencing. And most of the cost is going to be involved with fencing. I'll talk a little bit about that. Most of the fencing area, we're trying to keep those areas as small as possible. Fencing is not really, it's probably maybe the best or optimal solution, but it's not one without any impacts. And that's why we want to work with CPW to make sure that we're minimizing any impacts on wildlife. And then finally, there's some costs with livestock water repair, either repairs. I don't think we need any new system, but there are a couple of fens that have tanks or some broken infrastructure that we can use. So I've added a small component of all, like of infrastructure improvement as well. I will say that these are our best estimate. We don't have any fixed costs yet from contractors. That said, we built in a little bit of a buffer to what we think what we'll be expending. And if I need to, I'll be back before you for an amendment to that. Are there any questions with regard to this so far?
Is there any circumstance, Mindy, where we would ask the leasee to participate financially or in kind in protecting sensitive areas? Is it necessary that the burden fall totally on us?
I think with the amount of time that we're looking at, we'll probably need to do that. We have a couple of other funding sources, the Land and Water Fund specifically, and that requires a lessee match. Because this is our initiative that we're directing, and they will be responsible for maintenance of these systems. That's a standard practice on our property where we have fencing that usually, and even if the board installs it, that maintenance usually falls to the lessee to continue to maintain it. We don't have the time to apply for grant funding, where there'd be cost share or other means. So for these 7 projects, we are looking at or basically funding that.
Good.
No. Oh, go ahead.
Sure. Thanks, Chair. I would add that I believe we own the improvements on Sherman Creek.
Correct.
So we would be paying for improvements that we would then own.
Yeah, we retain ownership, obviously, yeah. But you said there was the maintenance obligation fell to the leasee?
That's true. I believe that's true. Is Jared still here? He's not, but typically when we add, even when the land board pays for the infrastructure, the lessee is responsible for maintaining it.
Yeah.
And that's why we want to work with the lessees before we even put this, to make sure that the fence goes in the correct area, the right kind of fence goes in, and to take their grazing management plans into consideration for how they use that particular wetland or fen.
And follow up to that, because that's been on my mind too. So the reason we don't have time is really the only driver here seems to be the governor's WIG program.
Well, and our own goals as well. Right. But
Right.
yeah.
But I mean, overall, so we've updated the plan. Now we want to do this. So I mean, it's a big amount of money just maybe to make a WIG goal. However, my bigger question is, we, like in our oil and gas leases and all our leases, we have these stipulations for people to either work around or have to do protections. And I'm wondering, even in our grazing leases, why have we just really started to focus on this? Why would we have not required our lessees to fence out these sensitive riparian areas before? Why wouldn't that have been part of our natural leasing?
It's been this evolving ethic of stewardship on the behalf of the land board and with the board itself and with staff, where there's been this expectation for generations that this is how wetlands are used and these are the acceptable impacts. And I think we're just having a new evolving ethic for that and realizing the biodiversity significance and importance. And I won't say that these aren't expensive. And fencing is very expensive. And we're delighted that in a lot of ways you can use electronic, fence things and you don't even have to do fencing. These are fairly small areas to fence. You're talking about in some cases 1/3 of an acre, and an acre is the size of our parking lot. So 1/3 of that area, you can protect a really important fen with a very small fence. I will point out that the second line item up there, the boundary fence, that's a huge chunk of this request. And that is not directly a fen project. And I'm going to talk a little bit about why I included it on here. It's the one single element of this that's the highest price, well, almost the highest price tag. But it doesn't directly impact a fen, but there's no other funding source that we can correct this problem. And I'll talk about that in just a second.
Commissioner.
Okay.
Sorry, could I follow up on the answer
Yeah.
to your question, Elliot Hoyt, Assistant Director? I think another factor is the water source. And so I think there's always been that wrestling match where if this is the water source for properties, there's pushback on fencing it out because you need the water. And so a big part of why I think this set of requests is important to do. And keep in mind, over the last 5 years, these have been priorities that didn't get done because it was a struggle to try to get it done and to get the cost share to work and so forth. Being able to provide an alternate water source then makes it very viable to fence out the fens and the wetlands. And so I feel like that's a little bit of an extra lift that we have seen that we need to do in order to make this really work for everybody.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. You have to provide, or
Yeah.
the rancher has to provide.
Yeah.
Yeah, Commissioner Harvey had his hand up for a while.
Okay, good.
Yeah, looking at the research and development fund, roughly $6.5, $7 million. Relative to our $5 or $6 billion of assets, it's just a tiny, tiny amount of money. And even relative to the revenue, it's a tiny amount of money. And this isn't something we'll solve today, but even if we could double that, I mean, right now it's like 0.1% of our assets, and 1 or 2% of our revenue. And you think about companies like Microsoft or Apple, and they spend 10% of their revenue. Obviously, we're not a for-profit thing, but it sure would be nice to double that number, wouldn't it?
Or what?
I'll be back. Are you referring to Commissioner Harvey? I'm curious, are you referring to we should double the size of the IND in proportion to the portfolio, or were you referring specifically?
Well, whether you look at the size of the portfolio or our revenue, it's $6 or $7 million, isn't it? Is that what that table said?
I'm not sure.
Well, you get 5 million a year, and then there's some carry forward from what we haven't spent.
Okay, right. So roughly, anyway, I think that table that Mindy brought up, showed about $6 million, somewhere in there. 6,500,000, something.
Probably
it
is.
just seems like a tiny. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that's right, going into this fiscal year, which will renew again in June.
Right. So you're referring to the size of the whole fund, the IND fund. It's like, why wouldn't we double or triple it?
Well, so I don't know much about it. Is that an annual fund or is it just, I thought it was an annual fund. Am I mistaken?
Go ahead.
Deputy Director Massey, happy to jump in on the details.
Yeah.
It's a permanent appropriation established by statute. So we would require a change to state law to change the number, but we're allowed to move up to $5 million of revenue to that fund every year, and it doesn't zero out every year. So we committed to projects and we funded to projects.
And I might say, I think in the past, we always responded to requests. And I feel like as we look at our objectives, we ought to think about how we want to use some of that.
Right. I think that's what we've kind of been evolving towards. Commissioner Pribble?
It's a bit of a technical question, and it probably implies deliberate sabotage of our efforts to protect sensitive riparian areas. But going to the discussion earlier with Elliot and Mindy about fencing in these sensitive water containments, fens, do we have protection in the lease prohibitions such that the leasee is prohibited from either diverting by ditching or piping or some methodology and draining a fen just to create a water source for livestock?
We don't currently. So we have instances, and you'll see a case where water is diverted from a fen to fill a tank, which is outside the fen. And we would work with but our lessees have to apply for and get approval for any improvement to water development. And so they have to apply, work with our district manager and have that project approved. If it's not, we can force them to remove that. But it's one reason we really want to work collaboratively with our lessees to develop these protection plans. I'll be honest, it's not easy. You can put a fence up, and if you're not having the lessee buy in on it, that fence will be, well, it won't be repaired, but anyway, there's sorts of things that can happen. So it's a matter of working with our lessees cooperatively, making sure that if we're taking away a water source by effectively removing livestock access, we want to put a tank in nearby. that will relieve pressure on that. So that's all part of this funding request.
Good.
Um, So I just want to point out the boundary fence that's coming up on Cover Mountain. I'll talk a little bit about that. And with that, I'll move forward to the next slide.
Yes, please.
And click this and this. Oh, there we go. So I'm going to take you through some of these properties. Just a kind of a one picture or maybe two for several of them. And some of these properties, like this is Red Wing Fen has two properties. There's two fens. I'm sorry, it's two fens on one property. This one is in pretty good condition. And some of these projects are really to protect what's there. This kind of shows the resulting wet meadow from the water that's coming out of the fen. And generally it's in pretty good condition. And this project is really to protect the more degraded area of Red Wing Fen 1 behind me. But I wanted to show this picture to show some of these are bigger areas, and it's not our intention to fence off the entire thing. Really, I realize the impacts of fences on on an area with a lot of wildlife, and I really want to minimize that as much as possible. This is the other fen that's on Red Wing Fen. It's heavily impacted, as you can see, and actually this moves off our property pretty quickly. So we'll be probably protecting a couple 100 feet of this, and then it's going to move off of our property onto private land. But we feel like we want to do what we can for the part that's on our property. This is Cover Mountain Fen. It's a small area. This property is one that is not currently leased, and I'll tell you why in a minute. So there is a fen off just to the right. There's water coming from this fen area, but you can see that the wetland continues off to the left of the picture. And so we'll be looking at what's the best way to protect that as much as possible. The problem with the extra problem with this property, this is just one of our most beautiful properties. It is missing 1.25 miles of boundary fence. And this was not a problem when we leased the land to our neighbor, but they no longer hold that lease, but we are not able to prevent livestock trespass onto our property because Colorado is a fence out state. And so we can't control the quote trespass of cattle onto this property. We do not have sufficient funding in the Land and Water Fund, and we don't have an existing lessee to cover the 10% match. So I'm asking you to, in addition to protecting the fen, to authorize the expenditure of I&D funds to complete the boundary fence so we can, again, lease this and better manage this property. Any questions about that? Okay. Sherman Creek Fens, this is the ranch that Director Rose Marino just mentioned that we own all the infrastructure of. We had an in-holding. We bought more of the land outside of it. This has two very large fens on it, and part of it's already fenced off. But this property is nearing the end of its 10-year lease and will be going out to an RFP soon. So we'd like to get this project taken care of before we have a new lessee. And this fen is in pretty good condition. Bolton Draw, you've heard this name before. It's part of the north part of Johnny Moore Mountain, and the state forest is in the background there. This has a small fen on it, but we've been working with WRV for 5 years to do enhancement projects and improve the conditions of this broader wet meadow. You can see the result of water kind of spreading out through some of these impacted areas, but there's also a fen in the background. And so we'll be putting in a fence to protect that broader wet meadow and the fen. And this has also had some grazing exclosures on it. This is a 10-foot, it's either 8 foot or 10 foot. It's much taller than me, I'll say that. We did some grazing exclosures together with CPW there's already willows on there. You can see a few in the foreground, but they're just heavily browsed on. And so what we wanted to do was prevent even wildlife browsing on some of these willows to see what would come back. And it's very tall because in years when we do have a lot of snow up there, moose can actually get over it too. So this was to prevent moose from going on there. These exclosures will actually include one or two of these as well. But again, all this fencing, we're really just excluding livestock and not wildlife with going forward. Brush Creek Fen is a very small fen that's located mostly on our land in Saguache County. On Daly Gulch. And so this is one of our newer fens that we know about. It's been fenced in the past, but the fence has been broken and isn't serviceable. And then Badger Creek Spring, this I think this is the second to last property. This is not a fen. For those of you that were on our Badger Creek tour, I think it was 2 summers ago, we visited, we stopped here and you could see the impact that's happening here. Just further down the slope, kind of by the taller trees, there's actually a livestock pond. So water from this already percolates through the ground, but the spring itself is not protected. And so this is just going to be a very small exposure to protect the spring. We'll still have the water going down and going into the livestock dam there. Any questions about this? And then finally, this little spring on Iron Springs Jackman, this is a stewardship trust property as well. This just has had some significant impacts on it. The board about 4 or 5 years ago approved I&D funding that for boundary fencing and some protection that unfortunately that project fell through. It didn't get built. So we're just going to go in, and this is one of the smaller ones. It's like a ½ an acre fence just to protect this spring. There is on the property already a livestock impoundment dam. So there's another water source for this. And then just wanted to cover the next steps. Our goal is to complete these 7 projects by the end of June. We'll certainly get them started. I know that. Work with our lessees and collaborate with them to develop a grazing management plan component. We're not looking at an entire grazing plan for the whole lease, really just how are we going to protect these springs and fens. And then for you, come back to you with a bigger plan. This is part of the annual business goal directive to staff, is to develop a plan for numerous additional wetland enhancement and protection projects. For those that are involved in school trust, we can come back through the ID fund. For those that are not, we have to develop an alternative funding source or plan. We'll be taking a look at grant projects that many of our partners offer, like CPW offers wetland funding and other partnerships. And then return to you for a plan approval and funding requests. I think that is it. And so staff recommends that the board determines the best interest of the trust to approve $183,000 of I&D funds to cover those costs. And I think, yeah, just this questions and comments. No additional questions.
Does it go without saying that from what we've learned and seen, that moving forward again in our continued attempts to improve our ag grazing program, that we'll be thinking more as we, particularly with RFP properties, but even as properties come up for competitive bid, that we'll start being aware of conditions we might require, particularly when the lessee owns improvements and we can just say the condition.
I plan to. I know that the Biodiversity Stewardship Action Plan is coming up, and there's going to be special components, parts of that looking at keystone species. But we also, at one time, I thought we'd have a wetlands and riparian area stewardship action plan. And I think it's probably a better fit within the biodiversity one, because wetlands in Colorado are so critical to life. And so
for the biodiversity, for the most part.
Yeah.
So in other words, it was still, we're trying to incorporate our thinking and protections here into proactive movements with our leasing strategy.
Yeah, and it's really, that person, well, our staff needs to work very closely with our district managers and our lessees. It is a new way of thinking a bit about, wetlands and how they're grazed. And I wouldn't say to fence out these areas, and even a grazing plan for some of the areas can include a flash grazing event. We just have to make sure that it happens with, thought and care about how long, there might be some disturbance in there.
I was always struck by Lewis Martin and the Brett Gray. This goes back years ago, where voluntarily in his grazing management plan, he fenced out and protected his riparian areas, and that not only kept them restored from an ecosystem perspective, but also provided really valuable drought flash grazing opportunities.
And our lessee on the Lowry Range, Nick Trainer, has just shown how much you can do with grazing to, those riparian areas are coming back with willows and cottonwoods coming in. So it's definitely good.
Do we coordinate, and maybe Lindsay and you have this question, with the CNAP of those plants that are most at risk in terms of extinction? Because it seems like as we're looking at what we want to preserve, that not only current land that we have, but even acquisition of critical corridors or
Yeah,
things.
I know. I'm excited to see, really to dive into the new swap that just came out that Casey described yesterday. Because there's more and more attention on not just rare plants, but also the invertebrates. So I can defer a question to Lindsay about how we'll use that, but I would think that that'll give us more attention and more awareness of how of which of our properties have those rare species. And I want to answer a question too. I think it was yours, Commissioner Frobe, about how we can use Lens. I do think that, that high resolution, the new tool that Miles described yesterday, we can, within the smaller area, put in the high resolution focus and look at those areas to see, is there trespass by livestock? Is what's happening there? So we can be alerted to changes on the ground, I think quicker.
Yeah, and just to respond to Commissioner Heath's question about the natural areas program, and one of their primary focuses is these very rare, G1-2 type plants and plant communities. And, they've been tracking these over time. They're an outstanding partner on many of these Fenn properties. And, they always kind of send us a report. They're like, yeah, you could do better on grazing, but they also want to tread carefully in that they're not the landowner, they're not the land manager, and they want to maintain a good relationship. So, we really look forward to actually responding more proactively to their feedback. And I think their information they're providing, it just adds, more fodder to excuse the pun, more, impetus to why it's so important that we do protect these sites. And I think they can, they have great, continuous monitoring that they can really let us know and help us know how we're doing in that area.
And I think that's on existing land, but when we think about acquisition,
Oh, yeah.
really looking at where corridors, important, not only wildlife corridors, but
Yeah.
corridors for plants and everything.
And CPW did complete last year their habitat connectivity plan that kind of lays out, they did a lot of analysis on, what areas are important for connectivity, whether it be migration. I don't know how much they included like plants and invertebrates in that. But they're kind of into the next phase of that of implementation, which they're doing on sort of a regional level. So I have reached out to those different regional groups to say like, hey, we want to be at the table for this process and how we can support, and then it would be a question of if those types of acquisitions are something that the board would, be supportive of, and if we can make the math work, so.
All righty, being no more questions, how about public comment on this request?
Folks listening along, if you want to make a comment on this item, raise your hand. No hands are raised.
Alrighty, how about a motion to approve the IND request?
So moved.
Indeed. How about a second? Second. All right, all in, Commissioner, oh, did we just lose him?
No, he's here.
Okay,
I just-
Commissioner Harvey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Pribble?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon? Aye. And the chair votes yes, motion carries 5-0. Thank you, ladies. All right, we'll be a quick up and down here with the Solar Road, won't we, Chris?
Yep.
And
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Christopher Smith, Assistant Director for Energy Innovation. And I am here to present one of the last decision items you'll have to make today. I'm here to request that the board approve a 10-year road access permit with staff authority to renew for 2 10-year extensions beyond that. This is to support access to a solar production facility located on property adjacent to state trust land in Weld County. And if the board approves this today, not only will it make money, off of the road access permit, but it will also support the state's renewable energy and greenhouse gas goals. So there's several different reasons to approve this today. So this property is located kind of in southeastern Weld County. It's right along Highway 70 or Interstate 76. And by way of some background, Taylor Solar approached us just over a year ago, requesting a right-of-way through this property to reach a solar facility that they're building next door. Staff advised them to submit an application for a road access permit because by practice, we do rights of way for roads for public roads, but we don't do rights of way for private roads. Instead of that, we do road access permits. So in January of 2025, Taylor Solar applied for a 10-year road access permit. And in July of last year, this board approved that at a price of $25,712.50. Following that, Taylor Solar indicated that they really did need more term, 30 years, in order to support their financing because of the amount of investment that they're putting into this project. So that's the reason we're in front of you again today. This is a map of the property. The white dashed line is an existing road. And so part of this road access permit would follow an existing road along the white dash line, and part of it would be a new road running along the section line here that's the orange and red dashed road that will run all the way to the yellow on your map here, which is the neighboring future solar facility. So staff is recommending board approve a 10-year road access permit with 2 10-year staff approved extensions. As I mentioned, this supports the state's larger renewable energy and greenhouse gas goals. I've described why we're recommending this type of vehicle instead of a right-of-way. And the pricing that we are recommending today and for in the future would follow, we would derive it from our right-of-way pricing. So today, the first 10 years of this request is $25,712.50. There's also a $5,000 initial payment, which is compensation for these 2 10-year extension options. And we're asking that you approve these today, and it gives staff authority to approve those. That's really what's de-risking this for Taylor Solar. So yes, future term rates negotiated upon the extension request, and similar to the current rates that we're recommending, just adjusted for inflation. So that's the recommendation. And I have a board order here. I would ask that you, if you're going to approve this, to approve what's on the screen and not in your packet. There's a small Scrivener's error in the packet, so this is the correct legal description. I would also note that Drew McMahon, who's a representative of Taylor Solar, is here today to answer any questions. Drew is also a member of our 1332 working group. So yeah, that's the request today. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Just a quick question, Chris. Is there any surface use on this property?
Yes, there is a grazing lessee.
This has been, I mean, there appear to be no conflict.
Yeah, no conflicts.
Okay, questions, commissioners? Okay, public comment?
If you're listening along online and you want to make a comment on this very item, raise your hand, please. No hands raised, Commissioner.
Okay. How about a motion?
Madam Chair, I move the board adopt the Taylor Solar Road access permit as described in the newly created board order that's on the screen. You need it read? Okay.
Perfect, thanks. Second, Commissioner Scanlon. Commissioner Harvey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Pribble?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath? Aye. Commissioner Scanlon? Aye. And the chair votes yes. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you.
Right, and Andy is here to answer any questions. Does any commissioner have any questions on the leasing agenda? Do any members of the public have any comment on the leasing agenda?
Folks, raise your hand if you wanted to comment on the lease agenda. No hands raised, Commissioner.
Okay. And before we have a vote on this, want to again, highlight Julie Majors and Sarwalk and maybe now, oh yeah, for bringing it home again, another commercial lease in our Golden property. So terrific. Thank you very much. May we have a motion on this to approve the leasing agenda for January?
I move we approve the board leasing and the agenda.
Second.
Have a second? All right, Commissioner Harvey, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Pibble?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon? Aye. Chair votes yes, motion carries 5-0. We got off easy today. Nice to see you, Andy. All right, and having reviewed the minutes, I don't have any comments. Does any other commissioner have any revisions or comments? All right, so I move that the minutes be approved by acclamation. And as we move into the information items, we're going to switch the order and hear briefly from Abe Medina on the Continental Divide Trail Coalition.
They're online. They both declined to be panelists, so I'm trying again. Okay.
Well, as they go through that, good afternoon, commissioners. I know I'm one of the last picking up last item on the agenda, so I will make my portion brief. For the record, Abe Medina, Recreation Program Manager with the State Land Board. I'm here to tee up an information item regarding the Continental Divide Scenic Trail. And a future request from the Continental Divide Trail Coalition to to possibly extend the trail across a parcel of state trust land in Jackson County, in northern Colorado. This is the Rabbit Ear State Trust Land. Before I jump into my presentation, this is not asking the board to make any decision. This is just simply an information item. That we have various steps down the road that we still have to go through with the Continental Divide Trail Coalition to get to a document, an agreement with them for this extension of the trail. Some of those items, this property that we're talking about, Rabbit Ears, is in the Stewardship Trust and will require a review from the Stewardship Trust perspective of how the potential use would impact any natural values on the properties. As mentioned, we still have to agree upon or negotiate a mechanism or agreement with Continental Divide Trail Coalition and identify the appropriate party to hold that agreement with the board, be that the Trail Coalition, Forest Service, BLM, the appropriate party. Also have to still work and negotiate on, what is an appropriate fee consideration to the school trust for this encumbrance or use across the state trust land. And I fully anticipate at some point in the future, maybe later this year, coming back to the board, either through a final action item or through the board leasing agenda for whatever the negotiations result in. So jumping back to the presentation, we are joined virtually today by two representatives of the Continental Divide Trail Coalition, Jordan Williams and Dan Carter. They're both remote. One of them is traveling in the Pacific Northwest, so they were okay. Great. They're both joining us remotely. Before I turn it over to them, just some additional context. Since 2019, the State Land Board, myself, has been part of conversations with the Continental Divide Trail Coalition and their work to relocate a portion of the trail that currently travels on or adjacent to existing vehicular roadways. In Colorado, one such segment exists in Jackson County in an area that's referred to as Muddy Pass. The coalition has been working over the past 6 years to talk with surrounding landowners, both private landowners and also federal and state landowners, to identify a potential route that would provide safety for hikers as they're traveling on the trail, while respecting landowner rights and also being sensitive to wildlife concerns in this region. I'll stop there to avoid, stealing any of the coalition's thunder in their presentation, but I will pass it over to Jordan and Dan to give their presentation. Thank you. Guys, you guys there?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, yeah, thanks again, Abe, for letting us present today, and thanks to all the commissioners for your time. Sorry, I can't be there in person. My name is Jordan Williams. I'm the Colorado Regional Representative for the Continental Divide Trail Coalition, and I'm based in Fort Collins, Colorado. But as Abe said, I'm traveling today, unfortunately, so sorry about that scheduling complication. And then, Dan, would you like to introduce yourself next before we get into the presentation?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Jordan, and thanks, Abe, for setting us up and just all your many years of working with us. And thank you to the land board for giving us some time and at the end of your long agenda today and letting us introduce ourselves in this project. So thanks a lot. And I'm the sorry, and I'm the Trail and Lands Conservation Program Manager for the Continental Divide Trail Coalition. And so I'm based down in southern New Mexico, but I work along the entire 3,100 miles of the trail on trail completion projects. And so I've been working on this particular one since 2019.
Awesome. Let's go next slide. Great. So yeah, I'm just going to give a quick overview of what we're going to cover today. I know you all have had a lot of presentations and it's been a long couple days, so we'll try to keep it short and snappy. But we'll talk about today here just a brief overview of what the Continental Divide National Scenic Trail is, in case people aren't familiar with it. Of course, what the Continental Divide Trail Coalition does as well. Dan will give an overview of the Muddy Pass Trail Gap in case people aren't familiar with that, of course, which will be the focus of our presentation. And then really today, we want to hear from you all, the commissioners and staff, about opportunities for us to collaborate with the land board going forward. Again, this has been a project a long time in the working, and we're getting to a point now where we really want to start getting some stuff done on the ground and want to do that in the best collaborative way going forward. So let's go next slide. Thanks, Dan. So again, just a brief overview of the Continental Divide National Scenic Trail. It's a federally designated trail through Congress. It's about 3,100 miles long, and over 730 plus miles of that are in the state of Colorado. And it's mostly managed at the federal level. There are quite a few wilderness designations, of course, about 21% of the trails in wilderness, and only about 7% of the trail actually goes through state, private, or unprotected land. So, it is one of the Triple Crown trails. If you're familiar with that, with the Appalachian Trail, Pacific Crest Trail, it's in that same vein of the 11 national scenic trails that are designated through Congress. And we're really proud to represent that today. Next slide. CDTC's mission is to complete, protect, and elevate the Continental Divide National Scenic Trail. We recently redid our strategic vision to incorporate a new mission statement where we really focus on these aspects in terms of engaging and inspiring stewardship of the trail, as well as its surrounding landscapes. This is very important to us. We have a strong commitment to trail completion and connection as some of our biggest priorities for the trail, which we'll talk about a little bit more, of course, going forward. And then, our vision really for the trail is to see it fully protected corridor that ignites love and passion for the breathtaking landscapes across all cultures, communities, and trail experiences. So we'll have some links at the end with more things like the strategic vision and information online with some appendices for future readings if people are interested. Great. So just some numbers here to throw out there. These volunteer numbers are from last year, and then the funding numbers are actually from 2024 because we haven't completed our updated congressional report yet for this year, which will be coming out in February. But last year, we saw almost $1 million of CDTC partner hours and coalition hours with volunteers on the trail. And, in terms of private funding and total match for the trail, the big numbers that we report back to the Forest Service every year, looking at almost a 7-to-1 match in terms of those in-kind numbers that we can drive, and the private funding that we bring in through the coalition is really important. In Muddy Pass specifically, we'll have lots of opportunities for volunteering in the future, including an adopter training at Willow Creek Pass, cleanups with the BLM on some of the Highway 14 parcels on Colorado Public Lands Day as well. So lots planned going forward for just this last year. Federal funding to CDTC, we actually only directly receive about $300,000 from the Forest Service allocation. So that's where those big ROI numbers come from, and that'll be more delineated in that congressional report that we have attached at the end. a big component of the work that we do in terms of volunteer hours, besides that, is definitely community outreach. In 2025, we welcomed our 22nd and 23rd Gateway communities, one of which in Colorado here in the photo. This is at Winter Park at National Public Lands Day doing a little ribbon cutting for their official designation. We also had the 10th anniversary celebration for South Fork, which was the first designated Gateway community in Colorado. And in total now we have 8 in Colorado, including Grand Lake, Steamboat Springs, and Encampment, which are the closest ones near Muddy Pass. We don't currently have a Gateway community designated in the Jackson County North Park area or Kremling, but we work very closely with those communities as well. It's a very important part of our programs. And a lot of people, of course, get connected to CDTC through trail information, especially when it comes to through hiking and section hiking, the whole trail, ideally. And so these are some numbers from 24 through 26 when we when we started our hiker registry. We run a shuttle program at the southern terminus where people can register for us. And these are our hiker hang tag program, which incorporates leave no trace principles and education as part of the registration process. So you can see some numbers here, 722 registrations, and we already have some more for 2026, of course. These people receive email text alerts about the trail in terms of hazards, trail closures, and reroutes. But the number that we typically throw around is this is only about 8% of the total user group of the CDT. So while, it's highly visible and, these are the people that we see hiking along gaps along the trail, on the highways and stuff, of course, in terms of through hikers and section hikers, the majority of the CDT users are just day users or folks out on shorter trips. And we're working to get some more trail counters up. Specifically, last year at Willow Creek Pass, we had one and estimated, over 3,000 people there for the year, just in the few months that we had it up. And we'll be adding more near Rabbit Ears next year to kind of have a whole season's worth of data to get more information specifically about the Muddy Pass area.
Jordan, what's a flip-flopper?
Good question. Yeah. So flip-floppers, that's someone that, let's say they start hiking from the southern terminus in the Boot Heel of New Mexico, and then they get to Colorado, let's say in May or June, and they realize the snowpack's too much for them to continue hiking through the San Juan Mountains. And so then they decide, I'm going to flip up to the other terminus and start hiking the other way, or I'm going to flip to the basin in Wyoming where there's less snow. So does that answer your question, Abe?
Yeah, I thought it might be sandals along
sandals. There are people that do hike in their Crocs or Keens or what have you, sandals across the CDT. I would not recommend that personally, but yeah, some people like to keep it light.
Thanks.
And then lastly here on just the kind of general background for CDTC, the CDT Completion Act has been going through Congress for quite a while. Congressman Magoosh is the co-sponsor in the House, of course. And then recently it just passed through the Senate Natural Resources Committee unanimously in December, which was a pretty cool achievement, these days, especially with all the talk of public land sell-off and all the challenges. We have Senator Daines as a co-sponsor from Montana on that piece of legislation, and getting the support of the committee was really nice to see that moving forward. And we're focusing on bipartisan support in the House going forward. Because essentially the goal of this bill, as you can kind of see from the tiny little maps there, is to really focus in the land managers on closing these gaps. We have the Muddy Pass one, of course, in Colorado, but there are lots of other gaps, especially in New Mexico, that Dan has been working on for a long time. And about 165 miles of the trail are still incomplete along these gaps, even though the trail was designated in 1978. And so we really are looking for ways to make it more safe and enjoyable and accessible for hikers, but also the communities nearby. And the bill essentially is a legislative intent bill that would require that the agencies and partners complete the trail within 10 years of the bill's enactment, but it doesn't directly acquire any land or include eminent domain or anything like that. This is still a very community-driven bill. And we really just want the agencies, especially the Forest Service and Department of Interior, to really just move up the CDT completion as one of its priorities. And so we're really happy to have a lot of bipartisan support on this one. And yeah, I will now turn it over to Dan for the main focus of today's presentation.
Cool. Thanks so much, Jordan. And thanks for setting that up with the CDTC and just covering the wide range of programs and elements that we as an organization, but also with our partners, like take part in as far as like managing the CDT. I think it's really important. It's just that it takes a very wide range of programs and partners to make a trail and an idea like the Continental Divide National Scenic Trail passing through 5 states in many different jurisdictions to be successful. And we really push on that and like try to make sure that we as an organization like include all those different partners and communities in different ways that one has to manage the trail, not just focusing on the trail itself or the one type of user like a through hiker or something like that. It really is the whole wide range of folks out there in communities in ways that is necessary for managing the trail. So thank you so much for setting that up. And Muddy Pass is a great example of how all those things kind of come together and require creative solutions and strong partnerships to find a solution to complete this section of the CDT. So just real quick, so this is a picture of Muddy Pass looking towards Rabbit Ears. The Rabbit Ears State Trust land is in there somewhere. But this is the final remaining gap in Colorado. So, and it is a legacy gap. We have these legacy gaps because they're difficult for many reasons. But within Colorado, most of the trail does go through existing public lands, but this is the remaining one. It's a total of 29 miles long, and that's a combination of both 11 miles of a major gap along highways 14 and 40, which are really the focus of this presentation and where State Land Board comes into play. But also connected to that is another 18 miles of minor gaps of where the trail currently follows motorized roads on county roads or Forest Service roads, where it's still not the ideal location because it's motorized and it's a fairly improved trail and not the original intent. And so by moving forward with the proposed route, we actually can address that additional 18 miles and move it off of those county roads and forest roads as well. So this kind of, with our proposal today, has a added benefit of addressing those motorized sections as well. So again, like I said, this is a legacy project, and a big reason for that is just the challenges that are private lands and potential impacts to wildlife and agricultural uses along the Muddy Pass Gap. Also, there's safety concerns along the highways and conflict with increased motorized use, which creates more urgency as we are seeing more and more hikers out on the trail, but also more interest in local communities of utilizing trails such as the CDT just for their everyday escape or recreation or exercise or whatever it might be. And the Muddy Pass Working Group and CDTC has continued to work on this. Like I said, I convened the group in 2020, and it includes representatives from the Forest Service, the BLM, of course, also ABE with the State Land Board have been like the core land manager working group members. In that time, we've also added on folks from the Department of Agriculture. A huge partner in the working group has been Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and have really shed a lot of light on the how important this area is to wildlife and migration corridors and things like that, and help us sort of navigate that sensitive space with habitat and corridors and how recreation can fit in there. And so on this map, you'll see the existing CDT and the highway section, and then this gray kind of polygon here. This is actually a half-mile corridor around existing roads that already have an impact. And so this was some strong guidance from CPW to see where there's already some impacts and where like a trail wouldn't really add a whole lot of additional impacts to the wildlife if we could locate it within that area. And so that was part of their whole planning trails with wildlife in mind guidelines that they put out a while back. And so that's been really instrumental in guiding us. Also part of the working group, some capacity as members from Jackson County, also folks from community and Gateway Community in Steamboat Springs, and then other stakeholders who we reach out to as far as like landowners and other folks interested along this route as well. Kind of just zoomed in here. So this last year, like I said, we've been working on this project since 2020, looking at lots and lots of different routes, kind of vetting those through the working group, getting on the ground, looking to see if it's physically even possible to make it through, talking with lots of landowners. And so this year, I feel like we really had a huge breakthrough in a potential route. With all that input that I mentioned before, and a portion of that route would, of the proposed route would pass through the Rabbit Ears State Trust land there along Highway 14. As you can see here, the lineup here by the gravel pit, this is the route that would go through the State Trust land that kind of parallels 14. And so this route really came together from that guidance from CPW and just looking at some more, talking with a couple of landowners along the route who were open to allowing the trail to exist in some portions of their land along the highway frontage, but would still give good separation from the highway as far as like safety for trail users. And so we've gotten both support from CPW, the BLM and the Forest Service. Like I said, 2 landowners along the route. Jackson County has been really interested in this project and getting more and more involved as they address some of the safety concerns that sometimes are called into their sheriff's office or their EMS services. And they're just thinking more about recreation in the county and seeing this as a great opportunity there as well. We are still continuing to coordinate with Colorado Department of Transportation on some of the highway crossings and the existing right-of-way along this route, as it will cross Highway 14 and, like I said, be sometimes within the right-of-way or sometimes adjacent to the road. And approximately 3.1 miles of the proposed route is through the Rabbit Ears State Trust land, and about 1.5 to 1.9 miles would be new construction. So thinking just like a single track type tread or a line of sight trail, and the remaining portion would be on existing trail and 2-track roads that are already on the State Trust land. So here's just some examples of the terrain out there at Rabbit Ears State Trust land for those that maybe haven't had the pleasure of going out there. It is spectacular. Even on the highway, this is a very beautiful and spectacular part of Colorado, and the State Trust lands has encompasses a lot of that beauty and value. You can see here, this is a kind of an existing single track trail that has kind of, I think, come about from both hunting use and probably from livestock and wildlife. Here is sort of like an open sagebrush where constructing rolling contour trail would be necessary if we're actually construct trail into the side of the hill. Here's an old road bench that could be utilized and kind of cleared off and used as trail as well. And then here's kind of an overgrown 2-track that exists along the property. So we have a lot of different options there, and even as we move forward in this project, we'll continue to adjust exactly where the route might go or exactly what that trail might look like, depending on the feedback from y'all or anyone else, just so they can kind of meet the needs of everyone that's involved. It has some benefits of utilizing some existing parking areas and trailheads along Highway 14. So these are just 2 of the existing access points and parking areas that exist already on the property. So yeah, how do I go, okay. So that's it for the state trust land. And again, as Jordan alluded to as well, I think a partnership with the coalition, you can kind of see the return on investments and the different types of partnerships we've had with the working group or the communities. And so I think there's a really great opportunity to both partner to complete the CDT, but also bring in some resources that can benefit the state lands and CPW, another one of the lessees on the property, to further just like education and information and outreach and stewardship of these lands as well. So I will turn it back over to Jordan.
Yeah, and so just to kind of go off of what Dan was saying, some other things that we've done in conjunction with state lands, we've taken on stewardship and improving trail infrastructure with gates and updating informational and educational signage at Muddy Pass and throughout our different gateway communities. And then if you want to go to the next slide, Dan. As an example, specifically at Muddy Pass area, we were able to get some highway signs directing access along the Highway 14 up at Rabbit Ears and County Road 53. And that was made possible through partnerships with CDOT and the Colorado Scenic Byways and the Forest Service, as well as some private funders. So these are just some examples of like on the ground improvements that we can kind of bring to the table. But if you want to go to the next slide, Dan, this is kind of text heavy, but this is kind of that opportunity, just listing of ways for us to continue to collaborate with this proposed alignment and some of the opportunities that may arise in conjunction with it. In terms of alignment with the Colorado outdoor strategy, we're looking to connect people to outdoor experiences through the state trust lands and meet those demands for outdoor recreation while supporting healthy economies and landscape resilience and conserving functioning ecosystems. Obviously there is the resource values inherent in the state trust land, especially those within the stewardship trust, and how can we look to improve upon those by, mitigating wildlife impacts and improving access while ensuring public safety on the lands and along the connecting highways adjacent to those resource values. I think a key component of that in this route in particular is keeping the route through the state trust land and in general on the highway, which is why CPW supported it in terms of not, having significant impacts on elk or calving areas that are farther into these really high value wildlife areas. Of course, there's the State Trust Lands Conservation Recreation Work Group that I know was just formed as part of new state level legislation, which is looking at that public access component while again improving those stewardship values and trying to mitigate any challenges there to the conservation of the area. So look forward to working with them in conjunction with this project. And then, as I mentioned with the funding and volunteer support, CDTC does bring opportunities for regular trail maintenance. Could there be bear boxes or other infrastructure that we could add, or the potential for improved camping and trailhead facilities? We have a trail adopter program, of course, where people can adopt sections of trail and help monitor those in terms of safety and access when, the coalition staff members, Dan and I, can't be out there all the time. We're also looking at bringing in additional funding sources with GOCO is very interested in the BLM Colorado State Office, really wants to support this project with additional funding through partnerships like with GOCO and CPW. So, how can that bring in some funding to the area and to the State Land Board? Talked about community development and responsible recreation with education, kiosks, and volunteer support, but really that benefit is, the outreach to support users on the ground through those partnerships as well, and through the Gateway Community Program and all the stakeholders and working group members that Dan mentioned. And then finally, in terms of next steps with, recreation leasing opportunities, that's an existing, of course, state trust land program that we're working with Avon, and what are the opportunities through that application process to really identify and implement, these opportunities to collaborate, whether that's working with agricultural producers and day users and non-motorized recreation users in the area, looking at time frame, restrictions or use. June through September is really popular for the hiking community. What's the opportunity for revenue there when people are visiting? who will hold the lease, you know, having access to that, appraising the value, you know, could camping be allowed? Is that a way to generate some revenue as well, and managing the visitor use during the summer time frame outside of the popular hunting seasons and agricultural seasons. So just some ideas there, food for thought, as we kind of transition to the last part, which of our presentation, which is really just Q&A and wanting to hear from you all. But I do throw out Friday, May 15th, we are going to be doing a stewardship day on some of those BLM parcels in conjunction with the Colorado Public Lands Day weekend. If people want to get out on the ground with us and see the state trust land or see those connected BLM parcels that are nearby on the Highway 14 corridor, this route really allows us to use as much public land as possible to help complete Muddy Pass. And so again, getting out there on the ground and helping clean up some areas that can get kind of messy in terms of being adjacent to the highways and the trash and stuff that comes with that is an opportunity there as well. So we'd love to invite you all to, anytime that you want to have a site visit, let us know. But yeah, if we want to go just to the next slide, Dan, again, just wanted to leave space for Q&A. These are those resources that are linked in your packet, and happy to send those out afterwards as well.
Thanks, Jordan. Before we jump into the Q&A, just a little bit more context about this property. Rabbit Ears is currently, the Rabbit Ears State Trust Land is currently in the Hunting and Fishing Access Program with CPW, so it does have limited public access to it, primarily during fall big game hunting season. But there is also a seasonal stream that runs through the property that does have year-round fishing access or for anglers on it as well through that hunting and fishing access program. So there is already some public use of the property, just in a very limited sense. I also don't want, you know, they downplayed it a little bit, Jordan and Dan, but they've been working on this for a number of years, since 2019. That working group did look at various different alternatives for where to route the trail, and it did take into account, you know, of course, the surrounding landowners and the ability to, you know, find willing landowners around them who would welcome or allow the trail to come across their private property through some form of easement, but also taking into account they were looking at you know, very strong recommendations from CPW as to how to, you know, protect wildlife habitat. This area does have some elk calving areas that occur in the spring into early summer, mainly towards the west side of the property and away outside of that half-mile buffer that they were referring to around Highway 14. And then also this property does have sage-grouse Lex on it as well, or in proximity to it. So CPW did provide a number of recommendations on all of the sites that they were looking at, all of the alternatives that they were looking at, and did late last year offer the coalition a letter of recommendation or a letter of support for the route that they showed today. So they've been diligently working for a number of years on trying to gain that community support. Yeah, with that, turn it over to any questions the commissioners might have.
Let's see, Commissioner Harvey, questions or comments?
No questions.
Just a comment, given the public access. Living in Summit County, hiking and hunting don't go well together. So you might have to consider that.
Yeah, we've had that conversation with the coalition, and, you know, given some thought of like how to accommodate those two uses, likely with some, you know, there might be some trail restrictions to, you know, coming across the property during certain times of year, just to make sure that there isn't any of those conflicts. It is a very popular big game hunting area, so it definitely has that use.
Consideration. It's a great project, and it'll be cool to see it completed.
It'd be cool. I'm glad you guys are investing the time, you particularly with the coalition, to try and think through this. It would be nice to be able to contribute if we can. And thank you all for your presentation and your slideshow. Learned a lot.
Cool. Well, thank you all for your time. I know it's been a long day for you all, so I really appreciate it.
Well,
Yeah.
and it's been a long several years for you all, so.
Longer for Dan than me.
Yeah, right, longer for you guys. Well, thanks again. That was helpful and say, and maybe some of those resources on the slide you could email to us because I didn't see it.
Yeah, we definitely will. We have a copy of their presentation.
Okay. Great. Thank you. All right. And the last piece we have then, turning to Director Rose Marino. Staff report, a few highlights.
Yeah, just a few.
Just a few.
highlights. I promise I'll be quick. I'm gonna start with the numbers. So the staff leasing actions this year come to $1.5 million. And that's not the whole story. If you noticed in the BLA, there was an additional $4.3 million. So that totals $5.8 million. And 60% of that can be attributed to Julie Majors single lease. So amazing work, Julie. And I also want to mention that 1.3 million of that can be attributed to David Rodenberg's incredible right-of-way work. So thank you, David. I see you on the screen. So, you know, all of our staff works really hard every month, every day. And that's one benchmark. It's not the only benchmark, but I really want to lift up just that tremendous financial success this past month. The second thing I wanted to touch on very briefly was Laura Moore. I know it was a ton of work by Assistant Director Hoyt and AG Chris Aguilar. Thank you so much. I know Jared Smith and Cooper Carlson are also involved. Thanks to the board for approving that IND request to do that cleanup, which is looking great in my view. And then I just want to end with just a reminder, progress continues to be made on our strategic planning effort. Our consultants have been excellent. They interviewed and conducted focus groups covering 100 individuals, both internal to the State Land Board and the administration, as well as external stakeholders, and have really brought forward, a fuller picture of how all of those individuals are regarding us and items they're underscoring they'd love us to prioritize. And so we'll be bringing that to a February 5th all staff meeting, which I'm looking very forward to, as well as the February board workshop where you all can really dig in. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions on the staff report.
Questions? No, thank you for illuminating those pieces. And I just want to say to wrap up the 2 days that I really appreciated. Today was great business, despite some of the elements that were a little challenging, but the workshop yesterday was fabulous, and the permanent fund and the discussion about our future and things like that. So thanks to all who were participating and preparing for that. A lot of work.
We'll call this the Jackson County Day.
Yeah, and this was Jackson County Day. All right, well, there being no further business that I'm aware of.
Well, there's that final piece where the board gets to opine on future topics.
Oh, the commissioners, yeah. Does anybody have anything either up for discussion right now or for future ideas for future workshops or? No. Okay, well, if you come up with something, just email Nicole and we can try and get it in advance in the agenda. Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, this meeting is concluded. Appreciate it. Stand up.